Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. I'm having maybe the worst day of my entire life. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. I'm freaking the hell out. Ah, thank you. Thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. Never mind, I'm all better. Thank you, Holly. Congratulations to Zora for getting first. Oh my god. Sorry. I'm freaking out. I am no, I was not forced into a killing game by a stud bear. I made a little like bagel with cream cheese and like my little vanilla iced coffee and I was having such a great time. I was having such a great time. And then I turned the bagel around after I already ate like more than half of it and there was green stuff on it. And I'm freaking I feel like a dirty little amoeba that's eating garbage bacteria. I'm so sad. I'm so sad and gross and I'm drinking milk because that gets rid of the poison debuff, surely. Ugh.
Microbe, 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 microbe,
No,
microbe,
get
microbe,
the
microbe,
microbes
microbe,
out of
microbe.
here, bro. I think the worst part is it didn't even like taste different. Like I don't. Oh, thank you. I I don't know if it was just because there is so much like strawberry cream cheese that's like I don't know, it's yummy and tasty, but it didn't taste like anything. I was just like la da 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 da. Like I hit go live and I was like listening to my nice music and then I like flip my bagel over and it's just green. It's just green on my bagel. Ah! Anyway, how are you guys? How's it going? Oh man. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I think I'm gonna, if I'm not live, if you don't hear from me tomorrow, you know what happened. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm overreacting. I'm just, it's so upsetting, bro. Don't say mold with two licky faces. Uh, it's like an antibiotic. Introducing bacteria into your system to make you stronger. Bro, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. It wasn't like fuzzy. Well, I don't know. I didn't freaking touch it. It's just I don't know. Like you know how bread gets like slightly greenish. It's just slightly greenish. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to cope and think that like maybe I just didn't get to like the green part because there wasn't a lot of it. It was just like a teeny tiny bit. Like I would say maybe the size of a nickel. Like a nickel sized bit of green. But like, I didn't inspect the bagel, obviously. So I don't know if there is like other little green things all over the entire bagel. And I hate it. Okay. Anyway, it's fine. Thank you all. Thank you all for your support. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Blue cheese. Oh, I don't know if I've ever had blue cheese. Does that taste like mold or does it just look like mold? I don't know. Sigh. Suffer build character. Uh, Surely it was just an April Fool's joke today, not April. Well, no, they're not 8 days old. I'm trying to think of when I went to the store. I think I went to the store on like Sunday. I think they're pretty recent bagels, so I don't. I didn't even think to look at it. Oh, thank you for the 55 streak. Sigh. You would have noticed. Has anybody eaten mold before? Would you taste it? You taste it? I don't know. Sometimes they just sell them like that. Ah. I was trusting. I trusted. Breathe. I can't breathe. There's mold in there. Blue cheese does taste weird for sure. It's like acidic. Okay, well, it didn't taste acidic, so maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. It's fine. Let's all take let's all take a deep breath. I drank moldy tea before. I've never seen a liquid get moldy. It sounds like I don't know. It sounds like algae. I didn't even know that could happen. I eat mold daily. Oh, well, maybe everything is okay. Oh, thank you for the alert, Kali. Ever eating a sandwich and you notice a bit of the bread is blue? I feel like that's what happened to me, except for it was more green than blue. And it was a bagel instead of bread. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Moldy tea is diabolical. I... Can we have a story time? Like, did you brew the tea yourself? You, like, pour the hot water in it? And it was moldy? Or was it, like, Arizona tea? Like, prepackaged with the mold on top? I don't really know how that happens. That's pretty rough, though. Goes along with the dirt. What the- Almost lost my streak today. I guess collabing with you. Like, I was watching your stream. Oh, that would that'd be so messed up to lose a stream streak because you were like hanging out with the person. Womp womp. Okay, sorry. I'm opening Danganronpa. Okay. Oh, where is it? Sorry. I'm sorry for being stressed. We're so regular. We're being so normal and so regular. I seen a leftover liquid in a mug get moldy. Shut the. That is diabolical. Okay, hold on. Time I was helping clean a house for a guy who was gone for summer. He didn't empty the fridge before turning the power off. Turned into mozzarella balls. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. I can't even imagine the smell. At least moldy bread isn't like super strong smelling. Ugh. Sorry, hold on. We've got layered music. We've got no game. Repackaged Arizona tea in a can. Didn't notice because I wasn't looking in the can. Halfway through the can, I felt something on my lip. Like that was goopy. Oh my god, stop. That's so gross. Oh, that's so rough with it being in a can. Like, there's really nothing you can do about that. Like, you can't look inside your can that easily. You're just kind of cooked. Okay, sorry. We're not layering music. We're being so professional and nice. Ah! Okay. Was the cake always this small at the top? Yeah, this is Skyrim. Pay attention. This is what happens in the Skyrim mod where you, yep. I can't think of anything witty, I'm sorry. Okay, what if... I guess it was always a small, but why is there so much egg room at the bottom? Okay, surely this is better. Dunked my Oreo in expired milk once. This is so awful. How did the awa just because? That's kind of real. All my homies love awa. Is this where we were? No, we were at 17. It was a case of them and I drank more than one and I started dumping out other cans and they were all like that. Oh my god, bro. Oh. Whoever invented mold, I hope they have a terrible day. What's the deal with the title? Oh my god, I'm so glad you asked. I don't know. I don't know if the song will come on like super soon, but when it does, I'll scream and jump up and down. and then you'll hear it and it'll be so awesome. I want me to foster the bob cut? Never mind. Take the shout out back. What's the opposite of a shout out? Shout in? Sigh. Stop. We're focused on the game and we're not worried about food poisoning. And we're gonna be so regular and not scared, and we're drinking milk and the milk is helping. It's clearing our system. And everything is so okay. Okay. She's on the threshold of an amazing adventure. That's so nice. Okay. After Monokuma and the Monocubs left. Wait, can you hear? Yeah, you can hear. Let me know if it needs to be louder. An alarm suddenly rang from my monopad. Not just from mine. The alarm was going off throughout the whole gym, which meant everyone else had received a monopad as well. When I took mine out, a message was displayed on the screen. Ultimate Academy e-handbook. Yippee! Okay, students must live at the Ultimate Academy for the remainder of their foreseeable future. Once a murder takes place, all surviving students must participate in a class trial. If the Blackened is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. If the Blackened is not exposed, all remaining students will be executed. If the Blackened survives the class trial, they will graduate and re-enter the outside world. The killing game in class trials will continue until only 2 surviving students remain. Oh, I think that's different from the other games. I don't remember there being a, like, Hunger Games clause. At time with the... Okay, let me get through the rules and regulations. then you can watch Baby Sensory. Nighttime is from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. The dining hall and gymnasium are off limits at night. The forbidden bagel? Man, I hope so. I hope that's what he eats every day. Violence toward Monokuma, the headmaster of the Ultimate Academy, is strictly prohibited. Monokuma will never directly commit a murder. Your monopads are very important items. Please do not damage them. The body discovery announcement will play when 3 or more students discover a body. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore the campus at your discretion. Students who violate these rules... What was that? Students who violate these rules will be immediately exterminated by the Exisals. The headmaster may add new regulations to this list at any time.
You gotta be kidding me. I will never participate in a killing game.
Ooh. Okay, classic Danganronpa. Anyways, you guys wanna watch Baby Sensory? This one is courtesy of Retail Shrimp. Thank you for that treat. Thank you. Hold on, I don't even have Google Chrome open. Teehee. Just bomb a school? Yeah, but you don't like spawn in with stuff, I don't think. And also, like, it's not like you know you're gonna get kidnapped. So unless you're just strapped, like unless you're carrying a bomb with you at all times, you might just be cooked. I guess unless you know how to make a bomb. Because I didn't consider that. Raise your hand if you know how to make a bomb. Anyways, if you're not subscribed and it's sad and soggy, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Otherwise, you can look at these veggies with me. A culling game JJK mentioned? Sensory shit. Sheesh. Sheesh. I feel like that opening was. Yeah, you've seen this before. Let's get to class. It's true. It's true. They're all pretty much the same, huh? But you know, I don't know. I don't remember the other games being like it'll keep going until there's two remaining. So that might be interesting. Maybe it'll be romantic. Like the two people left. It'll be just like Katniss and Peeta. Raise his hand. Okay. Okay. We've got 4 people who know how to make a bomb. That's good. That's pretty awesome. If I just leave with the baby sensors playing? Okay, well, you can do that. I don't know. You can do whatever you want. Alright, foot. Why is the foot at an angle? Is that the normal foot emoji? I don't think I've ever seen it from this angle before. I thought it was like palm up. I don't know why we're. Oh, that's why we're raising our hands. Yes, still. Oh. Well, not to call anybody out, but I think you're all liars. I don't know the statistics of how many people, like, on average know how to make a bomb. I feel like it's gotta only be like 1 in 100 people, right? And so surely you're full of beans. Oh, raising their feet. Windows versus Apple emoji. Yummy Windows emojis. I like the nail painting Windows emoji. It's so ridiculous. Mentos and cola. Did you guys ever do that in school? I have I don't want to say vivid memory. Maybe it's only like semi-vivid. But I think in 5th grade, we were learning some sort of chemical stuff. And I remember during science class, we like all went outside. Oh, I think we were testing the hypothesis of like whether light soda or dark soda would make a bigger explosion with Mentos in it. I remember just like standing in a line outside and we were all watching like our teacher drop the Mentos in the cola, and it was so awesome. I simply say 2 numbers and then half my friends blow up. They're my bombs? What? Bomb making articles. Oh, you're on a list for real. You guys still in that jail? Hold on, I'm checking. You should be out of that jail. Thanks for talking about bombs with me. Yippee! At some point or another, you learn how to make gunpowder? In 5th grade? In 5th grade? Is that when you learned how to make gunpowder? That's so awesome. Shit. Wait, I have an emote just for this use case. When I was in middle school, I had a huge Fight Club phase. Would write all the explosives recipes they gave in my notebooks. I'm lucky nobody found them. That's so awesome. I've never seen Fight Club. I didn't know there was explosives in that one. I thought it was kind of like Dead Poet Society, but like for martial arts. I don't know. I assumed it was just like boys being a little homoerotic in their secret little club. Like salsa's not being bumped. Oh, wow. I don't know. That's kind of awesome. It's kind of awesome. A little no. Oh. The end of the movie is literal terrorism. Oh. See, I really don't know anything about it. I just assumed it was kind of zesty. I don't know. I feel like all the club type movies are a little zesty. Like Dead Poet Society and like Swing Kids. I don't know. Surely they're all smooching off screen. Okay, are you guys ready? I feel not locked in, but but I'm interested in game. Like look at this lady. We gotta talk to her. Sheesh. Straight to McSalsa's house. Okay. I'm locking. The Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles School Regulations. So these are the rules.
How?
I do not understand why someone would force us to do this.
But
But the rules are pretty cut and dry. This game doesn't seem like it'll be boring. I already forgot what their voices sound like.
you gotta be kidding me!
Sorry about that. That's not the problem.
Listen,
Oh my goodness, he's so pretty. Please lower your voice. It is ruining the atmosphere.
oh yeah!
Cute. Hey. What does the sixth regulation mean?
The killing game and class trials will continue until only 2 surviving students remain. Only 2 surviving students? What would be the reason for that?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, I think we're good. Kokichi! Oh, Kokichi was saying, guys, he's so cute. I thought this was a clean slate and I wouldn't be behind in the story. Oh, well, we did the prologue already, but you didn't really miss anything other than, like, the introductions to everyone. I don't think any, like, plot-related stuff really happened. Other than we, like, woke up in a locker, and then there's, like, a weird Groundhog Day situation. I don't know. This is the stream? No, it's not. I'm sorry.
that's
I forgot about his hat. Perhaps it's because you couldn't do a trial with just 2 people?
I see.
Yeah, I see. You're so smart, Suichi.
Always messing around.
Quit screwing around. Killing game, school regulations.
Don't screw around.
To hell with all that crap. Who'd go along with something like that? Kaito raised the monopad as if to smash the device on the ground.
oh.
Whoa. Hey now, don't do that. School rules say you can't break it. If you violate the rules, then the Exisals will dispose of you. Ah, she's so cute too. There's so many good characters. This is worse than eating a moldy bagel. I'm so sorry.
What?
I don't care about the rules. No way I'm gonna play this messed up game.
No.
This isn't about playing the game. It's too dangerous to disobey him now. Forget about him. Just means one less dumbass for the world to deal with.
Shut up!
Hey, who are you calling a dumbass? I took a deep breath, then shouted with all my might.
Jeez.
Sorry, give me like 1 more second. The bagel, it's getting me. Oh my god, thank you so much for the leftover mold in the throat. Stop! Don't say that. Oh my god. I don't want to think about it being in my body. Okay, sorry, I'm normal. We're so normal. Hey, quit fighting already.
Whoa!
Whoa. What the?
Jeez.
We shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. Right now, we need to work together. Honestly, I'd probably be more inspiring if I played a song than gave a speech. Chopin's military polonaise would definitely help unite us. Wait, she's such a nerd. Oh, hi, Vincent. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. The parasect. Ah! Man, I hope not. Oh my god, look at him. He's healing. He's healing me. I'm feeling so healed. Yeah, I could get behind some bolognese, and I don't even like meat or tomatoes. Okay, real.
Right.
I agree with Kaide too. We must remember who the real enemy is. Master told me that strength must always be aimed in the proper direction. Anyway, you're all panicking too much. Just stay calm. Like me. Wait, she's cute too. They're all so cute. Oh, thank you for 3 hydrates. Yippee! Man. Okay. All better, all better. Wow, you're shaking so much.
Really?
Even I can't handle these intense vibrations. And trust me, I've got loads of experience.
Hey,
Anyway, why don't we work together and search for an exit one more time?
but
Oh, I forgot about her. But we looked all over that wall, and there wasn't a single hole.
Please wait.
Now just wait a second. If there's no opening in the wall, then how did we get inside these walls in the first place? Oh, good point.
got it?
That means there must be an opening somewhere. We just have to find it. Whoever trapped us here wants us to fight each other.
Oh, right.
So let's show them that we're not gonna let that happen. We're not gonna fight each other. We're gonna work together, okay? Yay! Why are you quiet? Did I say something wrong?
I do not agree.
On the contrary, you made your case with such succinct aplomb that we've been rendered speechless.
Jeez.
Heh, I was gonna say the same thing, but you beat me to it.
Got it.
You're exactly right. We can't give up so easily.
Come on, come on.
Let's split up and try to find the exit.
Oh.
Ooh, Atua, give us strength.
Wow, impressive.
I must admit, I admire your spirit.
Hey!
Oh, wait. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah? What is it? We were just about to get started. Maybe it not matter much, but gone to find manhole earlier in grass behind school building.
Huh?
A manhole? Hi, Ganta! Oh my god, everyone say hi, Ganta! 1, 2. Azu, you're too early. That hasn't happened yet. A manhole? Ganta peekin'. See big underground passage. Think maybe it exit.
But...
Sorry, it's probably not so simple. You gotta mention important stuff like that much faster. Ganta peekin'. See... What? See big underground passage. Think maybe exit.
No.
Wait, not like that. You're talking too fast.
Either way.
The boiler is behind the school building. We must corroborate Ganta's claim at once. Ganta, please lead the way.
Got it.
Okay, everyone, follow Ganta. I like their shoes. Sora, what is that? I'm spoiling it! Sheesh! Getting bombed later. With Gunta leading us, we hurried out of the gym. Just when I was about to follow after them,
Wow, impressive.
Kaide, that was pretty cool back there.
Huh?
Huh? What was?
How should I put this?
The way you changed the mood completely. Seems like everyone looks up to you. Looks up to me? Come on, that's ridiculous. I just spoke from the heart, is all.
So unsure.
So it just comes naturally for you then. That's even more cool. You have what it takes to win.
Huh?
What?
That means...
I was just thinking, what you said back there would have pissed off whoever's running this. They definitely don't want us holding hands, working together.
I'm sure.
They're going to come for you, Kaede, with everything they've got. I'm a little worried about you. You're just so straightforward. Sheesh. And why is this guy still here? Hand-hold. They could never stop me from hand-holding. You love when he makes the ominous face. Man, I love when people get ominous. Gotta be one of the top 10 anime moments of all time. And away he goes. That guy could really stand to be less cryptic.
That's true.
Perhaps it's a warning? That's what I think anyway. Girl, why are you here? Being strong-willed could get you into a lot of trouble around here.
Sorry.
Sorry. I didn't mean to sound so negative at a time like this.
No.
It's fine. You only said that because you're worried, aren't you?
But
Yeah, Rintaro is a mystery. You forgot his ultimate talent as well. Is that something you can really forget?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no use thinking about it right now. We should just head to that manhole.
okay.
You're right. Fix your hat. I mean, it's not even the hat. It's the fact that everyone went on ahead. And I'm trying to, like, collect my thoughts and, like, this goober's here. Wait, I already low-key forgot the controls. Oh, okay. We're leaving. You won't. You won't. We're cooked. We're cooked. I'm gonna beat him up. Oh, okay. Did he say where the manhole was? I'd have to imagine it's outside. But I kinda am not confident about that one. F1. Do you know that M is not map? Courtyard? Okay. We're just gonna fast travel. I don't really know. Oh, so Nagito can follow you around the entirety of chapter 1, but Suichi can't? Oh, I think... it's a difference in attitude. Like I said last stream, I don't really mind people being clingy or like puppyish, but they've gotta be cool and chill. I'm not a little weirdo. You know, okay, well, maybe don't say that out loud. Maybe that's an inside thought. Looks like we're all here. So, where's this manhole? Over there, in grass. Okay. It's true, there really is a manhole in the grass. An important hole near some bush? Sounds familiar. Am I right, ladies? Okay, that's so awesome. Aw, this manhole cover looks heavy. Can we even lift it?
Leave it to me.
I can try. Kibo placed his hands on the manhole cover, and with all his strength, he... Grr. Grr.
My apologies.
How embarrassing. It won't even budge.
Huh?
Huh? A robot's not even strong enough to move it.
Listen closely.
Oh, don't worry. My physical strength is approximate to that of a strong senior citizen. A strong senior citizen?
Piece of shit!
We don't like Mew in this household? Aw. I don't know. I think she's kind of serving up realness. See the effort. It's the thought that counts. Man, A senior citizen? Isn't that worse than like a high schooler? It's a little rough. That's fucking pathetic. The professor did not want a repeat of the tragedy that occurred during trial production. Like his little ahoke is wiggly. Now I'm just plain curious about what happened during that trial.
Allow Gonta.
Oh, then allow Gonta. Gonta lift cover before to peek inside. Should be able to pick up cover too. Gonta placed his hands on the manhole cover and...
Upsy daisy.
Holy that! What is this art? Aw, it's kind of cute.
So easily? His strength must be due to my magic. Yup, there's no mistaking it.
Ah. Strong senior citizen you are. Man, I hope somebody says that to me when I'm a senior citizen. Hello. Hello, Big. Welcome in. Gunta is jacked. Yeah, he does look pretty jacked. I hope we get I hope we get a beach scene. Hey guys, did you do this? I just want to talk. Why is his head so tiny? Really? I feel like his head doesn't look that tiny. He just looks like a regular, like, super buff fella.
Oh, you're amazing, Himiko.
Well, maybe it's a little tiny. I don't know. He's like 7 feet tall.
What should Gonta do with cover now?
How does he find clothes?
Please leave it somewhere else. Be careful not to hit anyone with it.
Actually, Gonta no can do that. Very rude to litter.
Very rude to litter. Oh, that's so real. But with nowhere to dispose of the manhole cover, Gonta begrudgingly tossed it aside. The manhole cover easily traveled 5 yards before it hit the ground. Do you think he threw it with his like little pinchy fingers? Do you think he threw like a frisbee? He doesn't have shoes. Oh, that's true. I feel like just finding pants would be quite rough. He only looks small because he's huge. Your head size doesn't really scale with height. The proportions are super off. He looks normal in the sprites. Oh. I don't know. I think you looked good enough. Maybe I was distracted by his little pinchy fingers. What wonderful strength. You could likely crush a child's skull with ease.
Gonta never do that?
How ungentlemanly. Going to never do that. Gentlemen or not, no one would do that. But Gonta is so much more reliable than some bean-counting robot. Why is Kokichi such a Kibo hater? Are you talking about me? Because I can count many things, not just beans. Okay, you tell him. While everyone else was talking, I slowly peeked into the manhole. It was too dark inside to see clearly, but I could feel cold, moist air drifting up from it.
Actually,
This place is kind of creepy. We're really going in here?
Got it.
It scares the baddies away. Oog. Can you count from 1 to 2? Man, I hope so. When are we getting? When are we getting the Kibo cover? He's bullying my son, and I'll be complaining to the school board. What if it's friendly? What if it's friendly teasing? Have you considered that? I'm sure it's fine. At the very least, we definitely won't die down there.
I'll protect you.
If anything happens, I'll protect most of you. But the degenerate males are on their own.
Gonta protect you.
Then, going to protect menfolk.
That's true.
Awfully quiet. Where are Monokuma and the Mono Cubs?
I see, yes.
I was certain they would show up at some point and crush us like rotten gnats. They probably haven't noticed yet.
I see.
Then let's hurry before they show up to mess with us. Ah, this sprite is so cute when he's looking directly at the camera with the little star eyes. Oh my god. He's so cute. One by one, we each descended down into the manhole. Nobody's staying behind. We're just like all going in there. Once we all had climbed down the ladder, we looked around and saw an open area. Oh. I like the little hooks. It's much more spacious than I thought it'd be.
Yoo-hoo!
Why did he say that? Yodelay.
What is it?
What is this place?
That is correct.
An old industrial passageway, I suspect. Perhaps factories once existed here?
Ah.
And this is all that's left of them.
Hey.
Hey, take a look at this. What a considerate sign. Apparently, the end of the tunnel is the exit. Considerate? You don't think it's weird that someone went out of their way to write exit? Haha, don't piss yourself in fear. Your natural scent is bad enough. I'm not scared, and I smell just fine.
Hey.
Well then, go on ahead. No point standing around here. I feel like Rentaro was a plant. Like, trying to get us killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
No need to worry.
Hmm.
It looks a bit dangerous, but we're all ultimates here.
Yeah, that's right.
As long as we work together, everything will work out just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Well said.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. We're really on the same wavelength, Kaide. Give me a hug. What the?
No.
No.
Degenerate males.
Typical degenerate behavior. You're trying to trick her into pressing her boobs against you. Against you. Okay. That's nice. Just like that's kind of real. Where my hug at? A little unfortunate. Do we just like go? I want to talk to you.
Yoo-hoo!
Oh, okay. You're just saying the same stuff. That was I don't know.
Right?
I feel like saying "give me a hug" is fine in most situations, but that was a bit too obvious. Again, girl. Oh, it echoes well. Must be pretty big then.
Hey.
A giant underground passage is so exciting. I want to play hide and seek in here. Hide and seek? I am the master of hide and seek.
You got me.
As the supreme leader of an evil organization, I'm always on the run from the law. And over time, I just became a total pro at hiding.
It's a lie.
Wow, shut up, crime. Just kidding. That was a lie.
I see.
Yeah, I thought so. Alright, I don't need to talk to anyone else. Have you ever met a person who's so cool it pisses you off and you're like, oh, stop. You're like, stop. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever got like pissed off about somebody being really cool. I think I either just get like intimidated and it's like, ooh, I cannot be around you. Like, you're making me feel bad about myself. Or it's like, oh, you're so cool. Like, I need you to be my friend. Like, I'm gonna do anything to make you be my friend. It's either one of those options. You could crush a child's school. That's kind of awesome. I kind of really like him. He'll probably be okay.
Ahem.
Oh.
Dang. And Rampa.
Dang and Rumpa. That is so real and so true. Hi, guys. There will be an exit at the end of this. And once we reach it, this will all be over. I just know it. I clung fiercely to that belief as we stepped into the tunnel. We're all going? Nobody is like gonna stay behind for like just in case reasons? These kids are kind of not that critical of thinkers, huh? You're about to take on the death bear. That sounds safe. Sorry, I don't know where my cursor is. I feel like I'm not clicking. Oh, there we go. The objective is simple. Everyone works together to escape. Use the A and D keys to move left and right, and press the W key to jump. You'll encounter plenty of traps set up to prevent you from escaping. If you hit a trap or fall off a ledge, that person will be eliminated and control will switch to one of the remaining students. Oh my god. Can you just like kill everybody I don't like now? Yippee! Tunnel! Yeah, this seems so nice. If everyone is eliminated, game over, man. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean for things to get that real. For now, stay vigilant and do your best to reach the exit. Not that it matters. Oh, boy. Oh, I wish I could have saved, like, right before this. Okay. Wow, look at everyone. Kinda cute. Where's Cookie-chi? Oh, there he is. Hi! Alright. We're pushing, we're pushing. Oh my god.
Lou's here.
Okay, well, I didn't know that wasn't a road. Oh my god. I also pressed space instead of W. Oh, I don't like this hat guy. Can we kill him on purpose? Oh,
Fine. I'll fucking do it.
Kirti is actually an action platformer. Oh my god. There's just all that exposition for fun. Oh,
Sorry, everyone.
Time to do my best!
what am I supposed to do? This is like... It's like Hollow Knight in a way. Sheesh. Killed Suichi? Oh my god, sorry. It was surely an accident. Can I like bait it into going up and then... What? Oh, it just didn't like that I was jumping. Oh my god.
On my side.
She drifted. What is...
Bye.
Um,
Let us
Miscalculated.
proceed.
great, sweetie. Don't say that. But I don't even know what killed me. Can I... If everyone gets eliminated, can I try again?
I am a failure
Guess I'm up.
as a maid.
What hurts? I don't... What?
I'll do it.
Got a ways to go.
Okay, surely this girl can do it.
Huh? I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I don't really know what's going on. This is just like Hollow Knight. What? As I slowly opened my eyes, it dawned on me that I had somehow lost consciousness. Oh,
Are you feeling all right?
you're awake. Are you alright? I'm fine, but what about everyone else? I looked around and saw the others sitting on the ground. Everyone sat in stunned silence. A sobering sadness filled the air. First attempt, killing characters who you think suck is such a bold strategy. Well, it would have been awesome if maybe the characters I did like didn't die also. The Black Lace Lady? Oh, I really like the voice you give her. The Black Lace Lady, I forgot her name. Oh, I forgot her name as well. I like her a lot. She's pretty. Stand in the way of seeing the prophecy. Sigh! I don't need to see the prophecy. I eat prophecy for breakfast. Jeez, this is quite the pity party you sad sacks are throwing for yourselves.
Huh?
Monokuma? Oh my god! Oh, the music didn't change. It's still Mr. Monokuma's lesson. V3. Wow, you all look exhausted. Poor things. I feel sorry for you. Sheesh, this place is filthy. It's murder on my cashmere skin. I bet Monodam is feeling lucky right now. His body is already a cheap piece of junk. Oh.
Hey!
Why don't you respond to him, Monodam? It'll liven things up a little, you know? So you guys crawled out of your holes. I guess you finally noticed what we were up to. Oh man, I want to try platforming again. Kurumi. Oh! Kurumi. I will surely not forget. It seems like all the good characters, their names start with K. I guess there's a lot of K characters. Thought you ate honeycombs for breakfast? No, I don't have honeycombs. I have moldy bagels only. Noticed? I known for a while that you guys would botch whatever escape plan you had.
Huh?
What? Yeah, I also kinda pretty much knew too.
What are you saying?
It's just Kibo goes, okay. I said that and I was like, maybe Kaito and Kibo I don't feel that strongly about. But Kurumi and Snake Man and Koichi, they're pretty awesome. That's a lie.
Then
If you knew all along, then this was just a trap.
you're the worst of the worst.
Then there was no exit. You tricked us.
Don't worry.
No, there's an exit.
So,
I think you guys will manage to reach it if you all work together.
Oh,
Yeah, there's nothing you 16 Ultimates can't accomplish if you work together. And if at first you don't succeed, try again. Try as many times as you want until you accept reality. Okay. Wait, so I can try again? Oh, so long? Very well. He'll like Kaito eventually in 5 chapters? Oh. Maybe it'll be a Fuyuhiko situation where it's like, man, I do not care about this guy. And then there's some sort of growth. My mind is open to that possibility, but at the moment, I don't know. He's kind of ugly and he said, where my hug at? So, the aura is kind of negative right now. Your voices are so good today. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Kaito does grow on you like a mold. Stop mentioning my moldy bagel. I'm gonna think about it for the rest of my life. I'm gonna be like laying in my deathbed and I'm gonna be like, man, I wonder if there's still mold in my system. Sigh. Sigh. Yeah. What? Oh my god. Reaction. What? What was that? Oh my god. I don't know what that was. Okay, whatever. Surely it's fine. Yeah. So we can escape if we work hard enough?
Fucking moron.
No way, you little moron. They'd be freaking out if we could actually reach it.
Jeez.
That's probably why they let us try. They wanted us to try the underground passage so we'd learn that escape is impossible.
You got me.
Instead of blocking off every exit completely, they leave that little bit of hope. They want us to be desperate to go home, corner us mentally.
Actually,
That's just rotten.
you might be right, but
Yeah, but we can't just give up.
yeah.
Right, you guys? I mean, we've only failed once, you know? We can't give up this early, right?
okay.
I forgot about reaction voice. Surely we ignore it and then it's so fine and regular. Children, check the veil for mold. I'm cooked. But is it getting out of here impossible?
That's not true.
No, it's not. It may take one more try, or a lot more tries, but it's not impossible. Forget about Monokuma. It doesn't matter what he says to us.
I'll get us out of here.
I don't want to lose to him, and I don't want any of you to lose either. I refuse to lose to someone who would do these terrible things to us.
You're right.
Kaide.
Mm-hmm.
So let's all work hard to escape this place together. And once we get out of here and make it to the outside world,
Right?
why don't we all stay friends? Friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, after going through an experience like this, I think we'd all be the best of friends. My
Right?
goodness. She has such a good outlook. I mean, it's not every day you get to meet other ultimates. So what do you say? That might not be bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Then.
And we've all the more reason to escape this place, no matter what. My body is ready. You can tell by how out of control my pit sweat is. Okay, well, that's lovely.
I'm glad.
Rama looks like the kind of guy who would, one, really like bagels, and two, would keep eating a bagel if it's moldy. Oh my god. This is horrible. It's literally so fine and regular. It's a very useless thing. That's good. I like I like when I mess something up, but it's just a useless thing, so it doesn't matter. Everyone,
But
isn't it premature to say what we'll do after we escape? Assumptions are all but useless.
whoa,
Jeez, you're clueless. Why am I not surprised that a robot can't read the air? I mean, I did not know what voice I gave him last time.
That's robophobic.
Robots can read the air. Thanks to innovations in pollutant detecting technology,
Let's go.
Anyway, it doesn't matter if Monokuma says it's impossible. We'll show him what we can do.
That's right.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
It seems like a pain, but I guess I'll try.
yeah.
Yeah, let's work together. We messed up last time, but I'm sure it'll go well this time.
It'll be okay.
I'm sure he'll be fine. A divine wind will blow through and lift us to victory.
Wonderful.
Ah, humanity is truly wonderful. The way you all confront adversity is beautiful. With our bond stronger than ever, we stepped into the tunnel once more. Wait, can I not save? Oh, thank you for the care package, Garrett. Good luck on your drawing. Okay. Oh, I can use arrow keys too. I think I prefer arrow keys to WASD. Feels more natch. Okay, this one we jump over. Oh my god.
Fine. I'll fucking do it.
Okay, yeah, you fucking do it. And then this one, we just walk over. And I'm gonna jump and get these coins after everybody is across.
Leave it to me, everyone. I missed catching it.
Oh, the coins are bombs. I see the issue. Oh wait, I like this girl. Okay, we're not killing her.
Bye, Honora.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Liz.
no.
I couldn't do it.
Okay, I like this girl. Ah,
Everyone, be
no!
careful.
It's a maid.
Okay, he can die, whatever.
Damn it.
Guess I'm
This
off.
is it. for
Whatever,
me.
that's fine. Jumping. Jumping. Okay. Oh,
Let's
it's
have
fine.
fun with this.
Okay, okay, we like him. We're... No!
I'm now
Going to do his best.
Alright, well, he's safely in a cage. That's fine. You're the last one! Okay, it's fine. Wah!
Everyone.
Okay, knowing that the coins are bombs seems important. That's good. And I finally woke up, searing pain coursed throughout my entire body. And then it's like the Skyrim intro. I see. I lost consciousness again.
Why?
What the? And I was looking forward to a happy ending.
Don't worry.
Not yet. We're just getting started. Of course, This'll be a piece of cake. Clip! Aw, hell nah. Gonta gonna escape. Become friends with everyone. Gentlemen, never give up. This time we'll reach the exit. This time. Those words carried me as I stepped into the tunnel once again. But... oh. It was no good. Even so, we refused to surrender. We kept telling ourselves that this time we'll escape. But we failed each time. With every attempt, we repeated the words "this time" over and over again. Wait, look at Gonta's booty cheeks. But in the end, we couldn't do it. I thought we'd be able to escape as long as we never gave up. Wait, this art is all so cute. Unfortunate that Suichi is around Kurumi, but you know, whatever, it's fine. But it made no difference in the end. Failed again. Damn it.
Seems like
I can't go on.
That's wrong.
Wait, we can't give up. This time we'll...
Well, you know.
knock it off already.
Huh?
Huh?
I don't like that.
You're so whiny. You're free to keep trying on your own, but forcing us to join you is basically torture. Torture?
That's so mean.
You know what really hurts? Being denied the right to give up in an impossible situation. You won't let us give up, and no matter what we say, you have the moral high ground. That doesn't sound like torture to you? When you say we can't give up, you're not inspiring us. You're strong-arming us. Strong-arming. I don't really know what that means.
That's wrong.
I didn't mean it like that.
Hey, degenerate male.
Hey, degenerate, quit being so selfish.
Please don't.
I'm not being selfish. The others feel the same way too.
Huh?
What?
Everyone?
Wait, they're so cute.
My spirit is nearly broken. This hardship gnaws at me.
Given the circumstance, the most logical course of action would be to give up.
Okay, shout out to giving up.
yeah. I feel like Hisashi Mitsui in the second half of a basketball game.
I don't know what that means.
I knew this was impossible from the start. This bullshit is a waste of my precious time and energy.
I can't let you all rely on my magic. Besides, I don't have enough MP left.
I'm just relieved that no one was seriously injured.
Praise be Tua Tua.
Wait!
Please wait. No can give up.
Hey guys!
You guys, are you really okay with not getting out of this place? We shouldn't have to push ourselves. Let's just find another way out, okay? This fight is so cute. Kiba looks so sad here. I liked his little sad eyes. It's kind of endearing.
Huh?
What?
No way.
You're talking about the killing game, aren't you?
Ah.
Oh, so you're gonna interpret it like that, huh? What are you saying? There's no way we can do the killing game. I don't think I like when he says nihihi. Nihihi. Calm down. Want some bubble gum? You can blow pretty big bubbles with it. Oh, looks like this little degenerate wants his head smashed into the ground.
Wait!
Stop, guys. We shouldn't be fighting.
Jeez.
Ew. We fell apart pretty quick for a group that decided to be friends and work together.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I'm so sorry. No, Kaide.
Dumbass.
Idiot. What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault at all. Really? I think it's Kaide's fault.
What?
Huh? Why?
an announcement.
Oh. This is an official announcement from the Ultimate Academy for Gifted Juveniles.
It is now nighttime.
It is now 10 p.m. Nighttime officially starts now.
It's
1, 2.
very
Wait, is it playing?
remains of a
Oh my god, it is! We're turning this up.
now. You're on the threshold of an
I didn't even hear them say 1, 2. It's so over. Nagito's fault. Oh. Nagito has never done anything wrong ever. Oh my god. They are saying it. Sheesh. Whether you've been good or naughty, it's time to go tinkle and go Betty bye.
Please be careful.
The dining hall and gym are locked during nighttime, so be careful.
amazing adventure showtime.
Bedtimer sign.
Yeah, sweet dreams. Oh, I like that they all had like different drinks.
Oh,
It's so cute. Nighttime, huh? Well, no sense pushing our luck. We should probably just get a fresh start tomorrow.
Huh?
Fresh start?
What do you think?
We've each been assigned a room in the dormitory. Perhaps we should rest there? We're gonna rest there!
What's wrong?
The rooms aren't that bad. Much better than my prison cell, that's for sure. Ew. But it makes me nervous to think we'll be staying the night at this creepy school. He did everything wrong? And his character events even lies about having a fatal illness? You know what? As he should. As he should. I think he's real for that.
Okay.
Well, nothing we can do but suck it up. So what's our plan for tomorrow? Since the dining hall opens at 8 a.m., how about we meet there at that time?
that's right.
Sure, I think that'll work. I'm okay with that.
It's decided.
Can we go to our rooms already?
Either way.
Yes, we should get as much rest as we can and regain our strength. Yeah. I don't know if I can go pee by myself in the middle of the night. I'll come with you. If you don't mind, that is. Just let me know. Ew, why are you leaking? why are you drooling? That's so weird.
Oh,
Hey guys, just as a warning,
how should I put
we
this?
shouldn't let our guards down. We'll be easy targets at night.
You mean?
'Cause of killing game, you mean?
Please wait.
I see no need to worry about something as illogical as murder taking place here.
Hmm?
I know. Just a warning. I'll come be with you, drool emoji. Well, I really don't know what to say about that one. Yo, now I have 2 puppy dogs who I don't really particularly have that much interest in.
I mean,
Hey, why did you apologize before? You didn't do anything wrong, you know? Well, when we tried to escape, it felt like we were united behind a common goal. After I put everyone's lives at risk, that unity is gone now.
Seriously?
Shut up.
Why?
That's just the stupid end result. It's not like you wanted it to go that way. Listen up. Don't apologize for something that's not your fault. It'll just make you feel bad.
You know,
Everyone just decided to blame you and give up. I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind later. Well, anyway, let's just go to sleep for now. See you tomorrow. Okay, I guess that's kind of nice. Peeing at night? Frick. Without me? So sorry for saying that, it hurt me physically. Oh, we forgive you. Thank you, Kaito. Oh my god. Kaide? I don't think you need to worry about what Kokichi said. You weren't pressuring us. Or at least I don't think so. Yeah. Thanks, Suichi. But I'm exhausted. Let's just go back to our rooms and rest.
you're right.
Right. Well, see you tomorrow. Okay. Look, Kaito, he's my supportive meathead. I guess that's kind of nice. Oh my god!
What's the matter?
Why is he dead? What's wrong, Gonta? You're not going back to the dorms? Gonta worry about manhole. Think it okay with cover gone? What if someone fall in? Get hurt real bad.
Cause Gonta gentlemen.
Gonta gentlemen. Gentlemen, no can ignore that. But Kurumi tell Gonta leave cover off. Gonta not know what to do. Everyone knows it's here, so I'm sure we'll all be careful. Don't worry about it.
You right.
Okay, you right. Maybe Gonta just keep eye on it. Thank you, Kaide. Gonta go back to room now. Good night.
Yeah.
Yep, good night. Gonta may look scary, but he's actually a very kind, innocent soul. He's the cutest ever, actually. He's so considerate. It's so nice to see. There's somebody here. Oh my god!
Are you feeling all right?
Is something the matter? Please rest and try to regain as much strength as you can. Escaping this place will prove to be quite difficult. Best not to fret over it. Oh my goodness, I love talking to people. I love talking to people. They're all so cute. Hi.
With my magic.
If you really can't fall asleep, I'll put you to sleep with a magic hammer.
Rest in peace.
That would be an eternal sleep. Okay. That's wonderful. Dormitory, yippee! I like this weird circular dome layout. Okay. Where is mine? This one? Wow. It's a little sad in here, but I guess it's better than the first game. So this is my room. Well, it's not too shabby. Huh? A key. Is this the key to this room? Oh.
Bingo!
Bingo! You got it right. Nice work. That is, in fact, the key to this room. You probably don't have anything worth stealing in here. But you should still lock your door when you leave.
Hell yeah!
Alright. Now it's time for me to give you a special hint. If you steal someone else's key, you can sneak into their room and kill them easily.
That's wrong.
Shut up. I don't want to hear that. Wah! I just got chewed out. I do not like his gesture. He is all that remains of a once powerful nation. Sigh. Jeez, this place is the worst. I just want to go home. What is this pillow situation? At least there's 2 pillows instead of 1, but I don't like the tiny one. Okay, oh, we got a TV. We've got some bottles. A nice chair. Interesting wall decor. The lights are kind of scary. It's a monitor for communicating with us, so there's nothing displayed right now. Okay. Can we investigate anything? No, just the door and the bed. I'm tired. As soon as my body hit the bed, my body immediately froze. After everything that had happened, I forgot just how physically and mentally exhausted I was. I thought we would achieve our goal as long as we didn't give up. That had always been my mentality whenever I practiced the piano. But maybe playing piano is easier. because I'm blessed with that talent. We should invite all the girls over and watch Mean Girls and bring each other there. Oh, that would be so cute. I really liked Aoi and Sakura from the first game. How their how their strategy was just like they shared a room. I think that's what I would do if I was in this situation. Maybe not with just one person, but like, you know, I try to get like a little group of nice people. And it's like, okay, let's all let's all have a sleepover and keep each other safe. With chopped prelude playing in my head, I fell into a deep sleep. Oh, cute. Oh my god, not cute. New students of the Ultimate Academy, congratulations! The weeds here have grown thick with joy, as if celebrating your entrance into this school. What am I looking at? Seeing your anxious eyes shine with murderous intent makes me oh so happy. If you ever feel lost, don't be shy. Talk to your friends or a teacher. Let's all get along. And let's do lots of killing too. Okay, so like one of them is hung up by their wires, but I don't know what happened in the background. Is that a body? It's like a potato. I hope you understand that if you have a sleepover with Kokichi, he will prank you viciously and horribly during the night. Yeah. But what if that's kind of awesome and fun? What if it's like hee hee ha ha? Bubba Hooks clearly must be a DBD reference. It's Leatherface. Leatherface? So this Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Oh. Okay. I haven't seen that one. I pray for the physical and mental well-being of this new killing school semester. Alright, well somebody has to tell me the reference for all of them, because if they're all like horror movies, I don't think I'm gonna really get them. I mean, I pray for the well-being of you students. Yes, that will do. Okay, that was fun. Oh. What do you think I'm here for? Hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You gotta do your job. Oh, they're not all horror. I hope one of them is like Beverly Hills Chihuahua. That would be so awesome. Rise and shine, sign.
This is an announcement.
Yum yum. This is an official announcement from the Ultimate Academy.
It's 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m., bitches. Time to wake up and face the blood-drenched day.
So...
I wonder who's dead this morning.
Stop it!
Stop! If I suddenly see a dead body, I'll puke again. Oh my god, which drink would you drink? I think Monophanies looks the best. It looks like a strawberry smoothie. But also Monodoms, I don't know what's going on there. That looks pretty nice as well.
Have fun!
Enjoy your killing school semester. So cute. Whatever the pink one is. I agree. We're the far left. Okay, well don't just like copy my exact answers. Sigh. Phew. It was all some terrible dream. Huh. Wouldn't that be nice? Wait, I don't have time to joke around. I said I'd meet the others in the dining hall. Everyone must be waiting. I need to get to the dining hall ASAP. They don't have like alarm clocks or anything. I mean, I guess the announcement plays at 8 a.m. I don't know. I think I could handle being in a killing school game, but if I had to wake up at 8 a.m. every single day, I think that would maybe put me over. You don't even know the ones you're saying. Sigh. That's what I would say too. There are uniforms identical to my own, lined up inside the closet. It even comes with my pink vest. That's nice. Do we have jammies, or are we just like sleeping in a skirt faux today? Can I knock on people's doors? Oh, no. I said you gotta go to the dining hall. Oh. This Exisal kind of looks like a monkey. I think that's so awesome. Okay, what is this? Hello? Morning, Sumugi. Good morning, Kaide. Huh? What's the matter? Not feeling well? I woke up a bunch of times last night, and each time I realized this wasn't a dream. But even so, I still woke up this morning hoping it was a dream. And in the end, it still wasn't. Yeah, same here. But we gotta face this reality. You're right. We need to fight against this reality and...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry for the weird conversation so early in the morning. I bet everyone's waiting. Oh my god, bye. The soundtrack in this game is great. It is pretty good so far. There haven't been any songs that were bad. It looks like I could enter the school building from here, but it's blocked off. Oh. I guess I have to go through the main door. Hehe, monkey. Oh, good morning. I don't think I really want to talk to you. Is this where you're dining hall? What is this? Oh, I got a badge. Swag. Okay, I think I'm going the right way. Oh. Yeah. Teehee. Oh, you can click to see the map. That's so helpful. Sure. Pretty. I like the grass growing through the ground. Talk to Puichi? I don't wanna.
So
Have you
then,
considered... I don't want to talk to him. He can talk to me. Now, all of us have arrived. I'm glad. Looks as though there were no victims.
of course.
But of course.
By the way,
Are you okay, Kaide? Huh? What do you mean?
See?
Well, you looked really bummed out after everyone started blaming you yesterday.
Wait,
Hey, what are you doing all of...
that's so mean.
Seriously, you guys are so mean. Poor girl. She tried her best to encourage everyone. You sore losers got mad at her anyway. Oh my god, he's such a little manipulator. Sheesh. Oh, he wants to. Okay, well... The ball is in his court. I would strangle him if I could.
That's enough.
What's the point of bringing that up again?
Hey, degenerate male!
Actually, didn't you blame Kaide first? Now it's my fault? Why are you guys ganging up on me? Oh, ew. That's taking away some points. Ew. Guys with their mouth open like that. Wah! You guys are terrible. So horrible, so mean. You're too noisy. Cut it out.
Jeez.
But it's true. Everyone blamed Kaide without taking any responsibility themselves.
Oh, no.
Hey, come on now. Everyone was probably just tired. Tired. Shut it! That's no excuse.
That's wrong.
Real male manipulator hours. Shut. Slurp. No, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. It's just, I should have been more considerate of everyone's feelings.
Sorry.
I was too focused on the tunnel, so I'm sorry.
I see.
Alright, well, if you're okay with it, then so am I.
Thank goodness.
Ew, cool beans. Now everything's settled.
Hey!
But you did blame her first, didn't you?
It's a lie.
Well, that was a lie. You know, one of those lies to make us more united or whatever. Did you know half my lies are actually told with good intentions? Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think he's my type a little bit. I swear I'm not glazing. You sound great today. Shit. Thank you. Thank you. It's hard to remember, like how to do different voices. I'm trying my best for today. Shout out to all the toxic lads. Yeah. Yeah. This is so awesome.
What are you saying?
Now that sounds like a lie. Let's just forget about it and discuss something else.
Right?
Gee, that's all. Use predictions. Oh my god. Wow. Wait, what's his? Was his 30%? That seems kind of low. Maybe it's 40. I don't know. You mentioned Miss Him Badly. Well, he's like still alive, right? He's out there. He's probably having a great time. Maybe he has a chicken or something. What? 30? Oh. Wow. That's so awesome. I hope he's having a great day. Okay. Let's all think about ways to get out of here. Before you do that, I have an announcement. Okay, we're screaming.
Stop it!
Hey, don't just suddenly show up. It's too much stress for my heart.
Oh, sorry.
Ow, sorry. I didn't mean to not surprise you.
I knew it.
So you did mean to surprise us.
What's wrong?
Well, your announcement.
Well now.
It's not terribly important, but it's easier to stay alive by being an obvious goody two-shoes, right? Being thrust into a killing game doesn't mean you'll be able to kill someone easily. So I figured I'd ease you guys into the killing game by giving you motivation to kill. I hope we get an ominous DVD of our sister. Used to be one of them. Now emotions are being communicated. I'd say W. That is W. I'm really proud of you. I think communication is super important. I just think Toxic makes for fun characters. Motivation to kill.
I'll answer that.
In short, a motive. That ought to add some mystery to the proceedings. Even if a killer is exposed, they could whip up a sob story to deceive everyone.
Incomprehensible.
Oh my god, Cookie, you mentioned perhaps... what are you saying? Your logic is impossible to understand.
Now then.
I will now announce the first motive. Make sure you record this moment for posterity. Oh my god, that looks so cool!
Now then, the special motive I prepared is called the First Blood Perk.
First blood perk.
Wow! For the first murder that occurs, no class trial will be held. Can you believe it?
No class trial. That is so crazy. Teach Cookie to your ways so he can change and be better. Don't kick him if he gets better. Followed immediately by I think he's fine. Oh my god. No, I can fix him in this household. I can make him worse.
That means the first one to kill someone will get to graduate. No strings attached.
What? Isn't defeat the whole purpose of the game?
What are you talking about?
No class trial will be held?
Let me explain.
I'm sorry that I made the class trial seem more important than it really is. It's not gonna make sense. I think he's fun. God, that's so real. I don't want him to be fixed. So for the first murder, I decided not to hold a class trial at all.
Psycho Pop!
Psychopath? Please just relax, calm down, and kill. After all, the first one's free. If the first one's free, wouldn't the game just end?
Really?
Huh? That's all? We just gotta kill someone to get out of here.
Don't.
That's all. What's that supposed to mean? Please just calm down. My will. Oh my goodness. Tongue emoji. Okay, real. Thank you, Monokuma. Oh my god. This is so awesome.
You gotta be kidding me!
Fake blood perk. Don't make it sound like some kind of game show bonus. You say that, but I bet you're really happy, huh? There's no way I'm happy. Oh my god, she's leaky again.
Stop it.
Stop messing around. Do you think this is fun for us? Huh?
No, that's wrong.
Do you really think I'd kill someone just to get out?
That's wrong!
In your dreams. We're not gonna lose to you. We promised each other we'd escape from this place. Spare me your false bravado. You should be focusing on how you plan to survive. You just gotta kill someone, right?
Always messing around.
Why, you bastard.
How should I put this?
I see. The prisoner's dilemma. How very clever of you, Monokuma. Misunderstanding what's going on. How is this a prisoner's dilemma? If there's no trial, how would anybody even know? Kuma and everyone else here. Shit! Hi, Dizzy! Must miss Core Docklore? I miss Docklore. Wait, what's your lore? Is it... Is it mold related? Huh? What's that?
That's true.
We all know it's better to cooperate rather than betray each other, right? But if you don't cooperate, you get some benefit no one else gets. Oh, I understand.
So in short,
It's an incentive to betray the group, to give yourself an advantage. With that in the backs of all our minds, we're less likely to cooperate.
sure.
That's Monokuma's plan. To make a non-cooperative game that takes Kaide's plan to get us to cooperate.
Huh?
What? And if a murder were to... Sorry, I can't take him seriously. And if a murder were to occur, it'd be even more unlikely that we'd cooperate.
How terrifying.
It's likely he created this perk for that sole purpose.
To tell you the truth,
Only Fuyuhiko is allowed to call you a bastard? Anyone else he wants. Oh my goodness. I love double standards. I was always scared stayed in the bathroom. Shout out to bastards. That's me for real. Can we ban this guy? Which guy? Suichi or Monokuma or... I already forgot this guy's name. Koikyo? Girl, scroll up. I don't want to tab out. Damn. Right? I bet you can't stand all this tension in the air, right? So it's better to just kill. Zora O. Yeah, we can ban Zora. What? You?
Please wait.
It seems you are quite serious about forcing us to participate in this killing game. What exactly is your objective?
Shut up!
His objective doesn't matter. I'm through letting him have his way. I've had enough. I tell lunge toward Monokuma to grab him, but... But we can, huh? Oh. Well, yeah, truly, it's awesome and chill. You can be just like XQC. My blow-ups are homemade explosives from Apex's old notebooks. Man, do you still have them? I think that's awesome. I think that's so awesome. I think you should put that in every notebook you own. Use your hair as a double-headed battle axe and beat him up. Yeah. He is a little unfortunate looking, huh? I get it. No, like in an awesome way. No, like it'll be so awesome, cool, and then you'll explode and it'll be like, tee hee hee, this is so awesome. Not like XQC. Sheesh. Hell yeah. Looks like we got ourselves a volunteer.
My heart's racing.
Finally, it's time for the exercise.
I'll do it.
We won't let you lay a hand on Daddy. We want Daddy to smile every day.
And that's that.
Yous bastards better pay attention. This is what happens when you mess with us. Oh God, I hope Kaito dies. Wait, so I don't throw away anything? Really? Are you the type of person who has like your homework from like elementary school? I think that's sort of awesome, but that would kind of stress me out. Oh my God! Wait, don't wave goodbye. The hand emoji not being attached to like the little crying emoji, it kind of makes it look like someone's just like smacking you. That's my hand. My hand beating you up. I kind of low-key think Kaito looks nice, and I hate purple, so you know I really mean it. I think his outfit and collarbone are really nice, and his eyes and like eyeliner are really nice, but I just really can't get over his hair and his little goatee. It's just really unfortunate. He left a big impression on this chat for what he did. We just can't avoid it. Sorry, it's so cute. Don't say that about my boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't think I like your boy too much. It feels like he wants to be Kazuichi so bad, but he just doesn't have that sauce. There, I said it. What? What are you guys planning to do?
Please stop!
Please, don't.
Kaito!
Run, Kaito! At that moment, we heard menacing mechanical noises. The exisal is charged. Smash. The sound of crushing metal echoed throughout the dining hall. And then a final gasp. Ew. Oh my God. He blew up. Okay, she's kind of Hero 2.0, so it makes sense. I am consistent. I don't know. I don't really see it. I feel like Hero wasn't that, like, nice. Like, I'll protect you. He's just kind of doing his own thing. But maybe I'm misremembering because it has been quite a while. Huh?
Father!
Father? Wow! Daddy got turned into a pile of scrap metal.
It's Monodon's fault!
This is Monodon's fault somehow. Yeah, I got him. What is this? What's going on?
Jeez.
I'm not sure what's going on, but Monokuma's in pieces. Serves him right. He got just what he deserved.
I do not agree.
Do not celebrate just yet. I'm certain he has a spare that will appear momentarily.
Stop it!
There is no spare. Don't trivialize life like that.
Huh?
What? When Father was still alive, he used to tell us cubs, that we must cherish life because we're like snowflakes, unique in every way. Well, if only one existed, then does this mean Monokuma is dead? Poor daddy. Let's at least bury him with full honors. Yeah, we'll cook him low and slow to lock in the flavor.
In that case,
While we're at it, we should toss in some carrots and potatoes too. Oh, sheesh, I love carrots and potatoes. Ooh, maybe add some leftover curry too. You know, the sweet kinds? My favorite. You want an extra large side of rice too, right?
That's right.
Now that we're the new headmasters, we gotta eat more so we can get stronger.
so long, farewell.
Okay, well... Yeah, R.I.P. Monokuma, I guess. What's going on?
Anyway,
Everything's a complete mess now. But if there's no final boss, then that means this killing game is cancelled. Huh? Cancelled?
Oh, no.
I don't think so. Monokuma's just a robot. There has to be someone controlling him.
don't worry.
Don't be such a worrywart. Everything's definitely over now. With the mastermind gone, continuing this game is pretty much impossible.
So that means...
Which means we win! Yay, we did it!
Well,
So we're not in danger anymore? Oh, so do we just wait here for the shuttle bus to pick us up? Or...
that's wrong.
Wait a minute, we don't know that yet. Kaide, quit being a buzzkill. Everyone's still annoyed about what you did yesterday.
Huh?
But I didn't mean it like that.
Well,
Or is there still something you would have us do, Kaide?
Trashy skank.
Don't tell me you want to take out... Don't tell me you want to take on that underground passage again.
Oh, right already.
Quiet. We know it's impossible.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay,
Whatevs. Looks like we're done here. Phew, what a relief. I think you should be canceled, Kokichi. Your homophobia is gross and frankly unwoke. Aphex, you're talking all high and mighty as a former robot hater. I'm just saying there are some double standards going on. I low-key clicked on this drawing. I'll have to continue it later. Yay! Good job, good job! Funsible skull on a golf tee. Wow. What a threat. After Kokichi finished talking, we all went our separate ways. I decided to return to my room. Oh yeah, we're in our room. I should save, huh? Or wait, does it auto-save when you do stuff? I don't know. I'll save anyway, just in case. I don't know why, but once I went inside my room, I just started crying uncontrollably. Uh-huh? Why? My god, the pressure is getting to her. At that moment, the intercom in my room rang. Okay. I told you Kibo changed me. I recognize my past mistakes. Well, listen. That's pretty awesome, but you know, Kokichi, he hasn't had that growth yet. You know, he needs to meet a little Meow Meow robot that he likes so that he can also move past it. Now, I am gonna take an out break. Okay, check this out. Okay, I will be so right back. Please enjoy. Okay, hi, I'm back. I mean, for something called Totally Fruit and Veggie Livestream, it has been just veggies for quite some time. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. This is some ominous. This is some ominous music. Wait, hold on. Where's my game at? Come back. Okay. Is it nighttime? Are we supposed to be going to bed? I don't know. Oh, the intercom is someone at the door. Oh. Oh my goodness. Hi, Carrot. Pika-pee! I quickly wiped my tears and opened the door. Oh my goodness gracious. I guess that's nice. I guess that's nice of him. Kaede, are you alright?
Yeah.
Oh, Suichi. What do you mean? I'm not sad if that's what you're wondering.
I'm...
Kaede, it's not your fault.
Huh?
Huh?
I knew it.
The underground passage was a trap. It was a trap to get us to think we could work together, then crush our hopes.
You might be right, but...
I know that, but I just wanted to escape with everyone.
You know?
But it's alright now. Everything is over, right? Kaede, I know how you feel. I believe in you.
Huh?
What? You believe in me?
Is that alright?
Aw, wait, the is that alright was kinda cute. Hi, Rad, how's it going? There's something I have to tell you. Will you come to the library with me? The library? What's gotten into Suichi all of a sudden? Okay. I guess we can go to the library. He must have found something. Something interesting. Oh my god!
What's the matter?
Kurumi, what are you doing here?
I will grant your wishes.
I'm waiting until someone in need of my service approaches me.
Huh?
Huh? So you're just waiting?
Hey!
Kurumi, you aren't our maid. You don't have to do that.
That is my intention.
As I have said, my only desire is to fulfill the desires of others. Until we escape, I intend to serve everyone. If either of you have a request to make of me, please do not hesitate to ask. Okay. I'm fine for now. I think I'm okay too.
I see.
I see. The ultimate maid is so impressive. She's so thorough. Just woke up from a nap, feel like a skeleton. Oh no! I hate when you wake up from a nap and you just like feel low-key worse than before you even took the nap. I'm pretty good. I accidentally ate a bagel this morning that had some mold on it. So that was pretty much the worst thing that could have ever happened to me. But I'm okay now. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate. She's serving alright, look at the fit. Yeah, I really like the spider web. Alright, and here's what Mansley has to say. Alright, listen up. Listen up. Listen. Oh yeah. Very cool. Hold on, why am I ankled like that? Okay, maybe that's better. The monkey guy is still here. Oh, I don't want to talk to you. Oh, I'll talk to you!
In any event...
Who would have expected our foe to die in such a way? What a disappointing ending.
Well...
In any event, it means the situation is over. I can go home and spend time with sister.
I see.
Oh, you have a sister, Kyo? I bet she's worried about you. That's probably true of everyone's family, including mine.
Sister.
Sister's terribly lonely. I need to get back to her as soon as possible. Alright. This feels like a cult sort of thing. You once again for your wisdom. He's so wise. Wish thing, girl, wait until you wake up with a missing kidney. No, I would rather somebody take my kidney than eat a bagel with mold on it. Full stop. I need to get back to my parents and friends too. Okay. I see yellow dots in the map and it's like, man, I have to know. I have to know what these people have to say. Oh my god, thank you.
Got a minute?
Are you going back to that underground passageway?
Huh?
Huh? Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?
You don't know?
You don't think this is over, do you? Your attitude earlier gave it away.
Because
And I figured you'd take on that passageway with her, since you two seem so chummy. Oh, I don't want to be associated with Suichi, bro. It's so over.
That's...
I'm not trying to take anyone's side.
Sure, whatever.
You guys are free to do whatever you want. Just leave the rest of us out of it.
I knew it.
Okay. She's kind of unpleasant, isn't she? Man, I like her. Don't be freaking rude. And I don't really want to talk to you. I'll talk to you.
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
Brother, I
Gonta?
hate it when Eyeless Jack steals my kidney in the middle of the
Eyeless
night
Jack?
and leaves a large gash on my left cheek, and my brother Edwin looks at me and drops his coffee mug and holds up a comically large mirror and goes, "Look at YOURELF. You have a large gash on your left
Elf.
cheek." And we go to the doctor and he
What?
tells me that my kidney is gone and is like, "Sorry, Dilsey," and sends me on my merry way.
What are you referencing? Is Eyeless Jack? Is this from a creepypasta? Wow, shout out going to the doctor and then they say, sorry, send you on your way. Relatable, yes. Kidney's back. If you're missing your kidney, like why is there a scar on your cheek? Like somebody decided to steal your kidney and they're like, you know what, let's just mess their face up as well. I don't know. I don't think I really get it. Is this symbolism? What's the matter, Gonta? Searching for something?
Bugs
Searching
are...
for Dilsey's kidney right now. There are no bugs here after all.
I see.
Oh yeah, you did mention that before.
Gonta...
Gonta trying to understand why.
You're right.
Ah, that's right. Of course the ultimate entomologist would notice that.
But...
Man, I don't like him, sorry. Gonta have no idea, but
It's okay.
Gonta not give up. Gentlemen not give up that easy.
Allow Gonta.
So Gonta go search even more. Aww. I mean, we're in a big dome, right? So maybe the bugs just didn't come in. I don't know. What is this? Hello? Can I grab it? Oh! A little prize. I have it, won't give it back. Oh man. It took the kidney through her cheek. Oh, I see. Gonta look like wrestler. Gonta go to WWE and win trophy. Gonta win for bugs. I don't think Gonta would do WWE. I mean, maybe. I just feel like that's not super gentlemanly, right? Wait, where can I see the little Monokumas that I collected? Thank you for the lurk rad. Thank you, thank you. There's gotta be a way. Maybe not. Wow. He will win for the bugs, and I will be crying in the audience. Man, shout out to Bugs. I guess I really can't. Maybe they're in my room like they were in Danganronpa 2. I don't know. I don't know how many there are, so I don't know what to look for. Hello, dearest Frost. I have good news for you today. Hello, Big Papa. Is it a dad joke? Because that is not good news. I'm requesting a timeout in exactly 2 hours because I need to go to bed, but I'm having fun. Oh my god. I'm not gonna remember in 2 hours. Surely you'll remember. Surely you lock in. Surely. We're all cheering for you, dog. Oh, there will be no Big Papa Animals dad joke of the day today. Oh, wait, this is kind of good news. Hey, look at you two. Out for a walk together, huh? Why don't you pick up some rubbers over at the warehouse? Better safe than sorry.
Huh?
What? We don't need those. What? You must be a real fucking skank to let dudes unload inside you. Okay, that's so interesting. Man, I don't want to be seen with this guy anymore. Sigh. I'll remind you at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, thank you. That's your good news? Good news? Someone clip that? Someone do not clip that. I'm gonna... gonna explode. By day you're fingering the piano keys, but at night the dudes are fingering you, eh?
Jeez.
Shut the hell up. What kind of girl do you think I am?
Please.
It was a joke. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little. Let's ignore her, Kaide. We have to focus. Right, we need to head to the library. Such a Danganronpa joke. Yeah. Danganronpa go 3 sentences without making a sex joke challenge. A little impossible. Hello, long-haired country boy. Happy Wednesday. Mew, have you seen Sweetie? Yeah. He probably thinks, like, making out is like the best of the best. That would be my assumption. You did fine, honey. She didn't. She has negative bitches. Yeah, I know, and I hate that he's following me around. I don't wanna. I don't like him. I don't like him very much. Mia. Hey, you guys. Save me from this conversation.
What's wrong?
What's the matter, Himiko? We're not done talking yet, are we? Huh? What's the conversation? Tenko, what are you doing?
Sneak attack!
I was hoping I could learn more about magic from Himiko. I definitely want to incorporate magic into Nail Aikido. Please tell me, Himiko, what sort of training do you usually do?
What a pain.
I told you I get tired talking about it.
I'll protect you!
Then I'll massage your back so you won't get tired.
Oh yeah!
I wouldn't mind if you rested your head on my lap either. Oh my god, don't drool at that, girl. It's just... it's just resting. Don't be weird. Stop it. That's weird. Ew! Why are you like that? Gonta must explain how sex works to Suichi. Gonta do bad job because Gonta only know bug sex. I don't think bugs do that much internal stuff, right? I thought they laid eggs and then fertilized the eggs. Because they don't give live birth. So I think it's just cooked. I love him so much, but I think he would start sweating if his hand brushed against yours. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Maybe says she'll just to max her severe self-esteem issues, which honestly fair. I'd be like that sometimes. Hey there, you two. Something wrong? No, nothing's wrong.
Hey,
Hey, Rentaro. You said there's someone behind all this, right? That Monokuma is just a puppet?
That's true.
I did say that. But you know what? It's just a hunch.
How should I put this?
I sure wouldn't complain if that's how it all turned out, though. And away he goes. Ew, why put his hand over his mouth like that? Okay. I don't think the library is even on this floor. But I don't think it was in the basement either. I think I'm just going the wrong way. Excuse me. Going to help
Remember.
Yasuhiro count chicken egg. Yasuhiro did shit job, so going to help. Going to good. Doing high school. Why is Waldo over there doing the Byakuya back to you pose? What are you talking about? Back to you pose? Like a weather reporter? Why are you calling oh my god, I forgot his name. Rentaro? Are you calling him Waldo? Man. I'm on a lawn chair sipping a margarita with a very big hat, watching them and smiling. Wow. That's so cute. Kaide, we should go to the library. Is this not the way to the library? Sorry, my bad. Maybe it is in the basement. I thought the basement was something else. Classroom A. What are you shaking your head? My head. I'm not shaking your head. That would not be polite. Could be a little polite. Maybe, perhaps. I forgot you can knock stuff over. Oh my god, sorry. Like before, the empty library was filled with the scent of old musty books. Okay, before I say anything else, I want you to promise me you'll keep this secret.
Yeah.
Why are we keeping secrets? I don't wanna... I don't wanna be intimate with this fella. Why can't we tell everybody? Okay, got it. Suichi looked relieved and smiled. His hat was at a 45-degree angle. Like a great detective, he began to explain in exacting detail. I forgot he was a detective.
remember.
This library has books scattered everywhere. Even books lying on top of the bookcases. But take a look at this bookcase. It's the only one in the library with no books on top. Sigh. Not enough Ryoma recently? I think you should come along with us. No, real. Why is this a 2-person secret? Why can't this be a 3, 4, 5-person secret? Why can't everybody know the secret? I don't want to share secrets with this weirdo. Hi, Darren. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. We're progressing and we're learning. I like to imagine all of the narration is being spoken by Suichi. So he's just saying loud. Man, he would. He would. Look at my detective, bro. I'm going to jail. Not tell Kokichi the secret. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, fine. I guess you're right. Kokichi, maybe not the best person to sell a secret to. But you know, at least Ryoma. And I think, shoot. What's the girl with pigtails? The nanny girl. I forgot her name. Well, like, she could also be here for the secret. I like her. Oh, that one? Huh, you're right. Also, you can see that the floor in front of the bookcase has noticeable markings. You're right. What is this? I noticed the markings the first time I came here with you. Maki? She has pigtails? Yeah, Maki! She could totally be in on the secret. And then I wouldn't have to be alone with Suchi, and it would be so awesome. Who do you think is gonna be killed? Killed somebody first? I don't know. I will say, perhaps unintentionally, by you guys telling me your favorite characters and telling me that I'm gonna like them in later chapters, that is kind of spoiling that they're not gonna die first. So maybe try to be a little more considerate about that. But I think... maybe the cosplay girl, the like the blue hair girl. I feel like maybe she seems like somebody who would die first. But I don't know. Hard to say. I think Colonel Mustard will kill Dr. Green in the bathroom with a camera. Aquaman drowns in chapter 2? Oh. That's kind of awesome. Terror in this game, he shows up in chapter 6, 7. Do that. Okay, Azu is getting banned. No, don't switch to your Terror account. Oh my god. Mods, blow up Azu Mazu underscore. Oh my goodness. Man, look at that hat. Why is it in line with his eyeball? Sigh. This morning, I came back to investigate. That's when I found that. Don't shout out Ultra Instinct 2, bro. Shoo. Oh, man. That's when I found this. He then walked over to the bookcase, placed his hands between the gap. Oh my god. And then we find a laptop in there, and then Chihiro's in there. Sheesh. It's like Rampo putting on his glasses. He can't think without his hat. Yo, don't say that. Do not compare Rampo to Suichi, bro. I'm gonna blow up. And move the bookcase.
Whoa! It moved?
Oh my god, we're voiced now.
It swings open. Look, there's a door behind it.
My goodness, it's Monokuma colored. A door. How do you hit things? Oh, it's spacebar. Sheesh. Wait, I should have been doing this the whole time. I forgot this is a feature until I saw the library. Oh, so awesome. So it his? It's his thinking cap? What the? Man. I hope we get to take his hat off. And he's just bald under there. No. Pattern on the hidden door is black and white. Just like Monokuma. Hey, do you think this door is connected to Monokuma somehow? Why did we have one voice line and then the rest is regular? I think it might, but I don't know anything for sure. Bro, why are you like covering your nose? Does it smell bad in here? This door has a card reader lock, so I can't open it. Huh? Man. You can't?
Is that alright?
But the very fact this door is here makes me consider a certain possibility. There is a chance that one of us here is cooperating with Monokuma. Oh my god, what if it's him? Look, because he's kind of got a black and white outfit on too. Really showing his true colors.
Huh?
Hey, watch it, miss. Wait, what am I watching? What are we watching? Wow, I can't open doors are real. If Gonto is here, you'd probably pry it open. And this is why we should have told more people.
Shuichi, Hey, does he know about the DORE? The door?
The door. Yeah. Sigh. Huh? Cooperating with Monokuma.
Jeez.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by that?
Hey,
It's only a hypothesis right now, but consider this. Why would there be a hidden door here? If it were solely for Monokuma's use, he wouldn't need to hide it. He could just have the Monokubs or the Exosols protect it, and keep it in plain sight. However, I can think of one reason that this door would be hidden. For one of us to sneak in and use it without anyone else noticing. Watching you theorize is fun. Yay! He's so stupid. Yeah. It's kind of hard to imagine him being a detective, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, watch the bald cursing. Oops, sorry. Sorry. Shout out to bald people. For one of us to sneak in and use it without anyone else noticing. Consider this a hidden door in front of us. Oh my goodness. Kirigami would never. Sure. So awesome. If we didn't have to have the thing pinned, I would pin that. Just know that Sherlock Holmes is pinned in my heart. Maybe, but I can't believe someone in our group could be working with Monokuma.
that's true.
I can't believe it either. That's why, to confirm my suspicions, we have to hold hands. I decided to set a little trap on this card reader. I sprinkled some dust inside the card reader so I could tell if it was used. And it's not even like evenly placed. This is such a blotchy flower placement. Okay, well, you did your best, I guess. Uchi abusive, it's funny. It's always funny. I'm just messing. I like ball jokes, especially with technique. Oh, I see. It's the best ball joke you've ever gotten. Wow, he's so smart. That's crazy. Wow. Look at how smart he is. This is thinking captive. Of course, I was careful to make sure the dust wouldn't come loose accidentally. And I don't think the person swiping their card would notice or care about a little dust. I don't know. I feel like if it's a secret passage, you might notice something like that. So if we see dust on the floor, it means one of us used this door, right? Well, as I mentioned before, this is just a hypothesis. I have no evidence yet. But if it is true, then even if Monokuma is gone, this isn't gonna end Kaide. Why? What are we doing here? Anyway, that's what I had to tell you. Of course, I don't expect you to believe me. I just wanted to tell you, no matter what. Okay, what about other people here?
Yeah.
Why are you latching onto me like a little weirdo? Yeah.
Then
Well, let's head back. We shouldn't stay here too long. After putting the moving bookcase back into place, we cautiously left the library. TBH, if I was Suichi and in his place, I'd be sipping for Kaide too. I think that's
Is that all
fine.
right?
I think sipping is fine, but you're like so obvious about it. I don't know. But there's just too much one-on-one time in a way that feels a little bit uncomfy. At least he's doing something. He's trying. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I think Gary would hate this guy, like, for real. Working with him would be like that trial where she proved she wasn't dead by not having fake nails, but always. Yeah, I think you have a good point. I don't know. Maybe, maybe he is working with Monokuma. Because how is he the ultimate detective if she was the ultimate detective? Like, somebody's gotta be lying. Unless you don't maintain... Maybe it's like a world record thing where you don't maintain it if somebody better comes. But there's no way this guy is out detectiving her. I don't know. He's kind of suspicious. I'm not defending him, but I'm just confessing that I'd be just as bad, if not worse than him. Thank you for your honesty. I see you, and I think you're valid. But at least your hat wouldn't be at a 45-degree angle. Kaide, please don't tell anyone what I showed you. I don't want to cause a panic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Best one, you. Your head would make for an amazing cleaning Windows ASMR. Shut up for this one. That's so awesome. I don't think she'd hate him, but she'd definitely have no patience for him at all. This isn't Hope's Peak, though, is it? Well, it's not, but the Ultimates aren't school-based, are they? I thought it was like in the whole world. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what it means to be an ultimate. Oh my goodness, thank you for the 75 student streak, Shan. That's so nice of you. This is so awesome. Look, you don't even know. It'd be weird if there were multiple schools that had like the ultimate program going on. Because wouldn't that kind of invalidate Hope's Peak a little bit? Or like the concept of ultimates? My interpretation is that Kyoko would have graduated by now? Okay, so do you only hold the ultimate title while you're in school? And then once you graduate, it's like, alright. Somebody else can be the ultimate singer now. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. My theory is that Suichi is full of beans. Having made our promise, we return to our own rooms. Oh. Ding dong, ding dong. Okay, what is this a movie reference of? Where's Aphex _ Grenat? Is this a reference? This is just a window and a couch. Okay. Got a lot to say. Maybe the Spare Valley Academy. Oh my god. I would love to be there. Best of the worst students? I know in a more accurate Japanese translation, they're called super high school level blank instead of ultimate. Oh. That does make a lot more sense. Because it is sort of convenient that all the ultimates are high schoolers. Not these, the Monokuma theaters. These are announcements. Oh, okay. Perceiving. Wow, that was such a good announcement. Just one. The other Monokumas aren't... Oh, sorry. Monokubs aren't here to bury Monokuma? Wait, was that like a funeral? Oh, I see. Well, anyway, what Suichi told me earlier is really disturbing. One of us is cooperating with Monokuma. It's just so hard to believe. But Suichi trusts me. That's what he told me, right? But like, why does he trust you and like just you? I don't know, interesting. I'm kind of shocked that I didn't go in the direction where there's like an American Ultimate School. The funeral. He's too beat up about it. He couldn't stand to be there. Ultimate American School. What they is it? What? You think they should have an ultimate for like every country, and then they could all fight each other, and it would be so awesome. Hi, Maki. How's it going? It's good to see you. Busy? Damn, my son just died. Anyway, here's some dancing strawberries. That's so awesome. Then maybe I should believe it. I don't know. I don't think there's any reason to be mean, but I feel like we shouldn't be trusting people too easily. Ah, what? This is the same one. Sigh. Sigh. Where's my diverse content? Wow, we're already out of material. Like closing time at a sushi restaurant. When a series lasts for several seasons, eventually it'll run out of material. My memory has been awful lately. I wonder if it's because of how long the series has been going. Wait, what season are we on again? What material have we shown so far? Jeez, I don't remember. Maybe it's because they released so many at this point. Oh well. Anyway, we need new material for the Monokuma Theater. Please send your manuscripts along with a $1,000 application fee. If your entry is selected, you will receive a $100 gift card. What a generous prize. Don't miss this opportunity. Send your applications today. Sigh. Oh my goodness. It's going well. Have you been? How are the games? I've been doing good. And the games are really good too. I just started this game and it's pretty awesome. I quite like it. In the American University of Bulgaria, which is the only uni that can provide an education fully in English for every degree, I'd say based. Why is it American specifically instead of just English in general? I don't even know what that means. Just realized this is Danganronpa. This is the first ever anime I ever watched. I didn't realize there was a game. Yo, that's awesome. This is the third game. So I played the first and second one already, but I've never seen the anime. But I think the anime is about the other games instead of this one. So I don't know if they have the same characters or not. Fast, you don't get it. The previous one was Texas Chainsaw Massacre 1974. And this is Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2022 remake. Yo, it looks the same. Oh, thank you for your insight. It is good to know. What is this announcement? Also, how is that a funeral? It's just a couch. Alright. Well, I hope I hope there's a ginormous couch on my funeral. In like 300 years. It's already morning. I didn't sleep well last night. Yesterday's conversation is still on my mind. I wonder what everyone else is doing. Are they already gathered at the dining hall?
Yeah.
I guess I'll go for now. Alright, I guess we're going. I do like this song. Shout out to Cool Morning. Do we talk to this little guy? I kinda don't want to. You're looking at me funny. Okay. Yo! I'll talk to you though.
Alright.
Good morning, Kaide. Morning. Man, I slept great last night. You know, this place is alright when there's nothing to worry about. Oh, so how far have you gone with Suichi? Man, we gotta stop hanging around him.
That's wrong.
It's stressing me out. This game is actually the only one that didn't get an anime. The other two did? Wait, really? That's so sad. Surely they're working on it. Surely they're fixing that as we speak. I need to see Kokichi in an anime. That would be so awesome. Anime justice for V3. Yeah. Huh? What are you talking about? What were you imagining just now? I just wanted to know how far you've gone exploring this place together. That's all.
Because
That's none of your business, Kokichi. Huh? What's with the attitude? You're so mean. I thought you said we were friends, Kaide. But you were lying this whole time. Wow.
Stop it.
Yeah, well, you're lying too.
Did I get caught?
Oh, wow, Kaide. You know how to stand your ground, don't ya? But you're right, I was lying. After all, we're just strangers to one another. That's why I don't really care what you and Suichi do. Besides, even friends don't share everything with each other.
Huh?
Huh?
Because?
I'm more nervous around friends who share too much than strangers, really. Oh, that's kinda real. I kinda feel him. Ew, why would you laugh like that? To try hiding a papyrus impression? Leave him alone. Look at him. Look at his funny little hairs. He's awesome and perfect. Lack of better words, I'll explain it like this. The University of Maine has sponsored a project to educate people from second world countries at a supposedly higher level. Oh, I see. Huh. I guess I just never heard of anything like that. He looks like he longs for the golf tee. Don't say that. Is Kokichi your favorite? I think so. I thought it was Kyo? Is that his name? I don't know. I thought it was the snake guy. But I don't know. I think it might be Kokichi. We gotta bully this guy so he starts doing it to Kibo. No, I think if you bully him, he'll just keep doing it back. I don't think you would ever stop doing that. Look at him. He's so awesome. Alright, we'll talk to Kibo. Is he wearing armor? Oh, I guess I can't look at his backside. Good morning, Kaide. Morning, Kibo.
As I thought.
Everyone appears to have gathered at the dining hall again.
I see.
Yep, looks like it.
For now.
I'm thinking about heading over there as well, but... But... Oh, nothing. I was just wondering when someone is going to come rescue us. It's been almost a full day since Monokuma was dispatched, but our situation hasn't changed. I'm just speculating, but what if... only Monokuma knew about this place? What if this location is not on any map? What if no one is coming to rescue us?
Huh?
Huh?
Which means...
Maybe we'll just be forgotten, and no one will ever find us again.
Jeez.
Don't say that. Suichi free morning, that's so real. Thank goodness. It looks like he's gonna go to Kaide and go, "Hey, little missy, you sure know how to use that magnifying glass with your tiny girl hands. Go on, let a man like me show you how it's done. Nihihi." Are you talking about Kokichi? Koichi? Wait. Are there 2 Ks or 1 K? I think there's 2. I don't know. I don't get that impression. I'll come save you. You gotta save him. Look, he's suffering. Besides, we should be trying to escape, not waiting for someone to rescue us.
That's right.
Yes, I apologize. I was overthinking things.
As I thought.
It would be impossible to discreetly construct a facility such as this in the first place. Oh my god, look at him pointing up to the sky with his wiggly little hoge. Plus, if the professor knew I was missing, he would not rest until he found me. With his technology, he would rescue us, no matter where on Earth this place is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now who's over here? Yeah, I guess I'll talk to you.
Yaha!
Good morning, Kaide.
Um,
Morning.
'cause Atua says so.
I see, I see. Are you finally ready to make an offering? Huh? Right now? Oh my god. Ready to bleed.
Sorry.
Sorry, I still have anemia.
Huh?
Huh? That's a bummer. Major bummer. This is a problem, though. I need an offering from someone to thank Atua for smiting Monokuma. Make sure you eat a big breakfast, Kay? Hope your anemia clears up soon. Is she serious about offering my blood? Why can't we use Suichi as an offering? That would be kind of awesome. These little buttons that light up. He is pretty cute. Why does Kaide need to be the one? Maybe she just has so much aura. Everybody thinks she's so special. He'd probably be like, okay. He probably would. If Kaide was like, hey, can you do this for me? He'd probably be like, okay, anything for you. And then we kick him in the head. Sorry, that's mean.
Hey.
Morning, Tenko. Whoa.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Good morning.
Jeez.
What was that all about? Well, I haven't done much training since I got here, so I did some light exercise in the gym. But I'm still full of energy, so I'm shouting to burn it off. I see.
By the way.
Anyway, exercise makes me hungry, so I'm gonna head to the dining hall. See ya! Okay, bye! Oh, her hair is so cute. Alright, dining hall is this way. I think it's because she's gay and these people are homophobic. Man, I forgot her name. I need to try to remember their names better. Kurumi, Himiko, Maki, Tenko, Sumuki, Anki? Are you saying that she's gay? Or that Kaide is gay? Miu, Suichi, Kaito, Ryoma, Rentaro, Gonta, Kokichi, Koekio, K1 Brio. Okay. Kaide is definitely queer. Oh, I see. Kaide was for sure hitting on some girlies during introductions. Oh yeah. She did say that the cosplay girl was like was sexy and talked about her curves a lot, huh? I did forget about that. You can remember Maki? As long as you like sushi? Wait, that's so cute! Shout out Maki. I like her as a character a lot. She called Sumuki sexy like 3 times. She said she was almost sexy, then kinda sexy. Suichi was like, haha, this again. Oh my god, you're right. I forgot that happened. I do not like Suichi very much. For now, I should go to the dining hall. Is this... Oh, that's a classroom. I thought that was like a eating table, but I guess that's a studying table. Okay, we're going this way. Oh my god, hi. I'll let you talk to the sexy girl, I guess. Sigh.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Seems like...
Look at this. My nails are all messed up. It probably happened when you came here, and now I can't take good care of them. Oh, that's so sad. Your nails? I understand. You're surprised that plain old me cares about my nails, right?
No.
Well, not really. When you say nails, you mean nail art, right? I've never done it before.
I see.
Oh, I see. Nails would just plain get in the way when playing piano, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
As a pianist, you're pretty strict about stuff like this, I guess. You're exaggerating. But yeah, sometimes I gotta hold back on some stuff.
Oh.
Well, I guess the middle of a killing game isn't the time to be worrying about nails. Aw, I hope they paint each other's nails. That would be so cute. I want to hurry and go home. Oh, goodbye. Oh wow, hi everyone. Despite all my worrying, everyone in the dining hall was in a good mood. That's good.
Right?
Aw, you're so cute. Who do you think is the best nail painter of all the students? I would assume Angie if she's the ultimate artist, right? I think that would make logical sense. So that would be my guess. Do Taro just has that nail art or what? Oh. That's definitely not an answer I was expecting. But maybe you're onto something. Man, for a moment I had no idea what was gonna happen. I'm glad it turned out like this.
That's right.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I slept well last night. Also, I went to the bathroom and brushed my teeth by myself.
That's amazing!
You did all that with magic? You're so amazing, Himiko. Wow, she she wants Himiko for real.
Thanks, B2 Atua.
Praise be to Atua. Surely he helped you in his own mysterious, miraculous way.
I see.
This Atua seems to act in secret a lot.
Cause Atua is watching over us.
Because Atua smells of danger. Oh, are the ends of her braids paintbrushes? Is there paint on there? That's so cute. We cannot look at that man all pizzazzed out and say he's not great at nails. Well, yeah, I think you're right. I think he would be great at nails, but better than the ultimate artist? I don't know. Take down a treasures for Himiko. Yeah, it really seems like it. She was really drooling when she said, like, oh, you could put your head on my lap. Sigh. But when's someone coming to get us?
100%.
Whoever does, I assume they will come today. There's no need to worry. Why the long face?
Oh, no.
It's nothing. I figured no one would listen to some guy who can't even remember his own talent, right?
That is.
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Really, it's nothing. This is quite the happy ending. But is this really how this ends? Without thinking, I'd blurted that out loud, and now everyone was staring at me. I mean, it just seems too easy. I don't think it'll end like this.
Oh?
I wonder, do you wish the killing game would have continued?
That's not true.
No, not at all.
Fucking bitch!
And don't ruin our happy moment, you fucking skank. Hey, Kaide. I don't know what you're so worried about. But Monokuma is dead now. There's no way the killing game can continue, you know? Oh, he has black and white as well. What the?
My turn, Kuma!
What am I looking at? And that's my cue to appear, Kuma.
Huh?
What? Monokuma? He's still alive?
It's my turn, yeah.
No. Are you guys blind or something, Kuma? I ain't Monokuma, Kuma. After dying in a tragic car accident, I've been reborn as a yokai. Call me Jiba Kuma.
What is it?
Jiba Kuma.
Headmaster Kuma!
From now on, I'm the headmaster of the Ultimate Academy, Kuma. You might feel uncomfortable at first, but eventually you'll get used to it. Huh? Did I slip up?
On your knees!
No duh, you fucking fraud. Go find another car to run you over. And this time stay dead.
That's terrible.
Ah, jeez. It's such a low-level cosplay. I can't bear to look.
From an anthropological point of view,
I have an important question. Haven't you mistaken ghosts for yokai? Yokai are mythological creatures first created back when humanity lived closely with nature. Back then, they were the embodiment of unexplainable natural phenomenon.
Wow, wow, wow.
Man, you guys are buzzkills. I was all set for adventure before you started yelling at me. Kiba Kuma. Darren. Sigh. This is why I hate teenagers. I'd have cash for days if I was dealing with the under 10 crowd. She buzz on my kill till you what? Oh man, they freaking got her before she finished her sentence. Hi. Jeez, it's loud in there. What's all the ruckus about?
Oh.
Wait, what? Our father, who we thought was dead, is actually alive? Oh god, this is just like Easter. No way! Papa Kuma's too hip and modern to resort to the death is cheap trope.
The yokai did it.
I bet the yokai did it.
Yeah.
No, that bit's already over.
what are you saying?
It ain't over yet. I think we're still talking about spooky stuff. Hello? I hate these guys. I don't love their personalities, but they're kind of entertaining. You should have told us you were still alive. Been making stew with your body. Wait, if Papa Kuma's standing here, then whose body's in the stew pot? Wah! Which Papa Kuma's the real one?
What are you saying?
No, they're both real. No, that's not right. Huh? But father, you said there's only one of each of us. That we're unique like snowflakes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, there's only one of each of you guys. But I've got loads of spares. Gah, why do you get to have spares and we don't?
Be quiet.
Of course you don't get to have spares. Do you really think anyone in this day and age would tolerate the death is cheap trope? Huh? What does that mean?
Got it.
But now we know. This school has a machine somewhere that can make a whole lot of pops. Just activate that machine and you can have as many spare pops as you want. This is so awesome. Oh, I don't like that Manafani like licked back. Who wrote this? I don't like them, but I want to write Hyper fanfic. You should. You should. I think that would be awesome. Monokuma is entertaining, but this is a bit much. No, I respect that. I respect that. I don't know. I'm having a good time with them though. Slurp, 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 slurp.
Oh no!
This is an emotional reunion, so y'all gotta take your licks. Father, your love is smothering us.
No more, no more!
This is so... I don't know. I feel like I could watch this forever. This is so bizarre. The monoclubs are definitely one of my least favorite parts of DR3.
My
That's
widow
fair.
cubs.
That's fair. I want also Nanasuke to die right now. Listen, I understand the hate. I just... There's something... There's something kind of so bizarre about the situations that they're in. But it's like one of those things where it's like... you can't look away, right? You know? I'm fine with them. When I see you guys, I just get so excited until I can't take it anymore. You guys are so cute. Gosh, I just want to see what your parents look like.
It was me.
Wait, I'm your parents. Sorry, I can't react to this. I'm in too much shock. Does this mean the killing game is going to continue? Continue? The killing game is gonna continue?
What a pain.
What a pain. That's not the problem, Donkey Face. What do you mean the killing game is gonna continue? I mean, that sounds a lot less boring, so I guess it's okay.
You gotta be kidding me!
No, it's definitely not okay.
Is that right?
So that's how it's going to be. If we want to end this,
I see.
we have to take down Monokuma and the person behind him. I predicted there would be a spare, but I did not expect it to be built within the academy.
I do not mind.
Either way, I assumed this would happen. This development was not surprising.
And another thing.
Is that so? Then did you also assume this next exciting development?
Now then, I'm pleased to announce an additional motive.
Another one! They are, Mike. Do you want to take a nap break? Maybe after this dialogue bit. It might be nice. It might be nice to get a little snack or something.
An additional motive?
A time limit is now in effect. If a murder does not occur by nighttime, 2 days from now,
I hate how he sounds like Mickey Mouse. You think Monokuma sounds like Mickey Mouse?
then every student participating in this killing game will die!
I don't know. It's hard for me to hear it. Like, he is, like, pitching his voice up a little bit. But, I don't know. It's quite hard for me to hear it.
Mauled to shreds by countless Monokumas from the rumored Monokuma-making machine! So unless you want to end up as pink smears, you might want to take this game seriously!
I think they got a different VA for Monokuma in this one? Really? I don't know. I guess I'm not very good at recognizing voices. But it definitely could have fooled me. Like, the laughing sounds so similar. Do you know how the Monokub's mother is? No. I mean, like, maybe we find out later. But at this point, I am not aware of who the mother is. I hope it's just another Monokuma. Maybe it's just like 2 of them. Not a new one. It's the same guy. He just kind of forgot how to do the voice. He gets it back as the game goes along. I never considered that if you're a voice actor, you would forget the voice. Like, I forget how to do the voices. But like, I'm not a voice actor. I feel like that's so rough. Time limit?
What?
What? Everyone will die?
What is this?
What? That's not fair.
How stupid.
Jeez. Why'd you guys even come to this school if you're not gonna do the killing game?
Shut up!
You're the one who forced us to come here. Quick question, Father. What do you mean by countless Monokumas? I thought we were up once time ran out.
Let's do this!
Damn right. Let the Exosols do their thing this time.
No, no.
But I'd rather not go through that again. I'd feel bad if you guys tired yourselves out.
Yeah, but
But if we let the Exosols get popular, we could have a real cash cow on our hands, you know? Monokuma dollars. The merchandising rights alone would make us richer than sultans.
Ah, to be young again.
Why did he say that? Sultans, huh? Very tempting, but
That's bad.
I won't let you kids ruin your futures. You need to have your own kids and ruin their futures. Daddy, you love us so much.
Jeez.
That's enough.
Oh?
Oh, you're still here. Of course, we never left.
Why?
Why are you doing this? How much suffering do you want to put us through?
Hmm?
I see. Well, if you're suffering, you all better hurry up and start the killing game. Then you can say bye-bye to the suffering.
You?
You bastard.
To tell you the truth,
Don't you realize that working together is pointless? So just knock it off already. You know what you gotta do, don't you? You're surrounded by strangers. Neither allies nor friends. You don't need to worry about them.
Well,
Plus, you got the first blood perk. That means the first kill is free.
How gory!
But the killing game is gory, huh? I'm starting to feel a little queasy.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah. And if they don't play when they're dead anyway, then... Wait. They don't play when they're dead anyway. What? Hell yeah. And if they don't play when they're dead anyway, then that's way more gory. I see. If it's gratuitous over the top core, I might be able to stomach that. What? Forget the killing game then. It'd be better for you all to just die together.
shut up!
Shut up and get the fuck back. Well, what you guys decide next is all up to you. Do whatever you want. You can all die working together, or you can survive on your own. It's your call. Okay. Man, Father is in the zone. I was getting irritated till he said all that.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah. Let's toss back some honey to celebrate Papa Kuma's return. Toss back some honey is so cute. You, Monodum, go get some pure organic honey. Pour some honey on me in the name of killing. Look at him, he's so cute. Oh?
So long!
I hate his chest hair. Yeah. Yeah. One of them having chest hair and one of them having a bra is a bit unlucky. A bit unfortunate. Their designs are not that good, except for the little robot. That one is cute. After Monokuma left, all that remained was utter fear and despair. For some honey! Do you guys like honey? I don't know. I like honey if it's... like if you buy it like local from like a person that didn't put stuff in it. But I really, really don't like it when you get it from the store and they like put extra stuff in there. I'm really picky about my honey. Which little robot? Monodum. He's the green one that doesn't say anything. He just stands there and looks at you. And I think that's awesome. Montaro is cute, little ninja fella. Monosuke. Yeah, I guess they're not bad. I don't know. They could be cuter though. What are we going to do? Nighttime in 2 days. We'll be here in an instant. Really? There's gotta be something we can do. I can't die. The world needs my genius.
I don't like that.
I don't wanna die yet. Die? Everyone's going to die? Is dying the only choice?
Cause Atua says so.
Because he shuts up. Yeah, you get me. You get me. Like Monosuke because of his accent? I feel like not enough of their lines have been voiced. I haven't got to hear it very much. It's kind of bizarre. It's kind of bizarre, but yeah, I think I like it too. It's different. You don't need to worry. Atua will welcome you with open arms. That's after we die, right?
Jeez.
We can't panic about something like this. I'll do something about it.
Well then,
Do you have... Or did you have a course of action in mind?
Shut up!
You shouldn't like that because he has the same VI as Byakuyo and he does talk. Shh, that's so nice. Thank you for the care package. Out of milk. I feel like there's not a lot of dumb people in this one. I feel like the other games had a higher percentage of like just absolute brain empty people. And I feel like we're lacking. I'm gonna start thinking of one right now.
I don't understand.
Figures. I didn't expect anything from you in the first place.
No can forgive.
We gotta fight back then. Yeah. If we strike them with some sneak attacks, we might have a chance at winning. No. What kind of Aikido moves even involve sneak attacks?
Gonta wanna help everyone.
Come, everyone. Gonta use body. Keep everyone safe.
Not cool.
You're going to go against those machines barehanded? Isn't that too reckless? But we have to do it. If we don't, we'll die.
but
I don't know. I feel like Tenko is like a little head empty, but like, you know, not that bad. And then Kaito is pretty head empty. Well, I feel like everyone else kind of knows what's going on. This game definitely has more participation from other students. That isn't just being a problem. Do you think this cast is smarter? We got some smart cookies. It's a little refreshing to have some brain cells. Wait, we still have plenty of time to calculate all possible options.
How terrifying.
We've no time to be indecisive. We are being urged to make a decision. To die fighting or die from the time limit.
Stop it!
Why do both choices involve us dying?
How?
No way. Are we really gonna die? I don't want to die yet. I'm gonna survive. I'm gonna make it no matter what. No matter what?
That's wrong!
Wait, you can't do that though. Even if you make a mistake, you can't...
Oh,
Then you'll accept the blame?
Huh?
because
Will you accept the blame if I die? I have people who will be sad if I die, you know. Well... I'm lying. No one will be sad if I die. But I don't know if the same can be said for everyone else.
so that means.
Anyway, I'm gonna take off now.
Oh,
Take off? Where are you going, Kokichi?
um,
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to my room and just think things over. Alone. Goodness. Aura
What's
farming.
going on?
He's aura farming so hard. The other cats are so ready to kill each other. I like this one. Brainstorms escape before killing each other as an option. Yeah, it's kind of nice. Kind of nice. I don't know. So far, I'm really enjoying this game. I don't know. Obviously, I'm only on chapter 1, but I feel pretty strongly about liking it. Someone needs to give Kokichi a nice massage with a baseball bat. Sigh. I like Kokichi though. You guys just don't understand. You just don't get it. Alone in your room? What do you mean by that? Are you inviting me to come and kill you?
Oh?
Mew?
I...
Not that I try to claim that perk for myself. I'm way too classy to kill someone. Talking to you idiots is exhausting. I'm gonna go to my room and rest.
Got it?
Mew, You better not do anything shady, okay?
I'm worried.
There is no need to worry, is there? No one is going to kill anyone, right? If someone is going to kill, they should just go for the robot.
No way!
That's even worse.
Hmm.
So everyone feels that killing is wrong. But why is that?
Huh?
What?
How mysterious.
Of course, I know it to be against the law. But laws are simply rules people decided upon. He's horrifying too. They should make a game that's cast as just Akane, Hiro, Hiro Teruteru, Hifumi, Tugami Imposter Leon, and Miu, with the pro tag being Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Why does that sound kind of awesome? Well, not Hifumi and Teruteru. That's not so awesome. But all the rest, I would watch that. I would watch that with my popcorn. That's Kokichi. Well, I mean, like, maybe it's logical. Because, like, surely the professor could just, like, fix him up, right? You know? I think that's a logical way of thinking. Bonk the robot and then build him again. Shout out to... No, none of that. Sigh. This is a space removed from those rules. Therefore, we've no need to follow them.
That's enough!
Don't say stupid shit like that. Even kids know killing is bad. It's common sense.
However,
Even if it is to survive. We are as guinea pigs upon a lab table. We cannot be picky about our means of survival. I feel like he's too, like, edgy and scary and intimidating, which makes me think he probably won't kill anyone, because it would be, like, not very subversive. I think Danganronpa likes to be a bit more subversive.
What?
My prediction is that that guy makes it to the end. What? I only wish to observe the beauty of humanity and witness the depths of its sin. So you've no need to fear me. My goodness, depths of sin, sheesh. What a cool fella. I would not say shit like that in case someone does die. Yeah. Yeah, not really making yourself look good there. I'm so happy Kibo doesn't know that in the previous killing game, a guy turned into a robot and immediately got. Oog. R.I.P. Mekumaru. You are missed. Kyo. Males in the soft sciences are pretty soft themselves, so I don't think he'll do anything.
Jeez.
He's not wrong, though. If we want to stay alive, standing around grumbling's not gonna change anything.
Well,
As things are... Ew, why is he looking at me like that? We're not all going to escape together. We're going to die together. Are you guys okay with that? Q is just, what if we make Gangnam a setting instead of quirky? No, they don't seem that similar to me at all. Because Q isn't like role playing or feeling like I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's trying to make himself seem important. He just he just seems a bit upsetting. I don't know. Wouldn't you do that in a situation like this? Hold on, everyone. We haven't decided on our plan yet.
Oh, right already.
You can decide that on your own.
Huh?
Huh?
You don't know?
Your half-assed speeches won't work on us anymore. You know that, right?
Then...
So just come up with a plan for yourself. My goodness, everyone's leaving. We're crashing out. Wait, Maki, wait.
Well then.
I'm just gonna pray to Atua. That's all you have to say?
Seems like...
Yeah, can I just go and think by myself for a little? It's a shame I won't be able to hide all my special art commissions before I die. did not have to say that out loud. Or that special pillowcase I bought. What should I do? Okay, girl. But wait, you guys.
That's wrong.
You guys, you can't listen to Monokuma. Everyone, what wrong? Why everyone scatter? Fine then. All of you just do whatever you want. This is exactly what Monokuma wants us to do. So what else is part of his plan? Is my memory part of it too? If it is, then
That's a shame.
can I even trust myself? It's really so impressive that Ryoma has such a commanding presence. Looking like a marketable plushie. I really respect him for that. Yeah, that is kind of awesome. I don't know. I think it's hard to take him seriously. But, you know, I think he's doing the best he can with what he's got. We're being too honest in the dining hall right now. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Mintaro, what's wrong?
Hmm?
What's wrong, he says.
How should I put this?
Hey, I have a question. This might sound a little weird, but does the term ultimate hunt ring a bell for anyone? Ultimate hunt? What is that? I've never heard of it.
What's the matter?
What about it?
Never mind.
Nothing. Forget it.
Huh?
Huh? Oh my god, don't say like, hey, does anyone know what this is? Oh, you don't? Never mind. That that frustrates me so bad.
Excuse me.
What do you mean, Rentaro?
Oh, no.
It's nothing really. Just a bit confused is all.
Actually,
Everyone's a little anxious about not being able to remember how they got here, right? Well, in my case, not only am I dealing with that, I also can't remember my talent.
I'm sorry.
So I guess I'm asking you to bear with me if I say things that don't make sense sometimes. Bye. Rintaro? Without looking back, Rintaro just waved his hand and left. In the end, I couldn't stop everyone from leaving the dining hall. Why won't anything go right? I just want to escape with everyone. So why is everything going wrong? I know the answer. It's Monokuma's fault. The one who's controlling him and plans this entire killing game. It's all their fault. At least these people stayed. Shout out to Kurumi. What Sumuki just said reminds me of this tweet I saw about a person who got in a bad car accident. And they remembered they had a sticker in their phone case of some NSFW art, and they were so scared of it being found. Sheesh. Yeah, wow. Shout out to those priorities. That is so awesome. Mintaro has a good face card. Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I think it's really hard to have a good side profile. We can't blame him too harshly for that. Looks like that drawing of Aki? I don't think I'm familiar with the drawing you're talking about. Dude, I'm such a hater. So awesome. Hey, Kurumi? What do you think we should do?
That is troubling.
It seems we must still find a clue before we can begin cooperating with one another. But even if we manage to do that, we are still trapped here. Jeez. So all we can do is wait around for the killing game to start?
I do not agree.
No, I do not think that would start the killing game. People cannot kill others so easily, especially when they harbor no malice. Even when one's life is in danger, it is quite difficult to follow through on the act itself. Wow. You're speaking realness. Oh, I need to talk to everyone about what we should do from here on out. Sigh. Okay. Talking to everyone, I guess.
I mean,
Don't do anything stupid, alright, guys?
so...
I'll do something about this. I just don't know what yet.
Damn.
But I'll definitely do something about it. I don't have a plan either, and I want to trust him, but he doesn't seem too reliable. Yeah, it's kinda real, huh? There's no way I can fight machines with my bare hands, so I came up with an idea. How about we take Monokuma or a Monokub hostage by bear-napping them? Kidnapping? Is that something a martial artist should suggest?
I'll protect you.
Although I walk the path of a martial artist, I would do anything to save my fellow females. Why are you calling us females? Well, there's life, there's hope. But once you're dead, that's it. Master taught me that.
Is that all right?
But Monokuma has spares. He wouldn't be much of a hostage, right? And the Monokubs don't seem to have any loyalty to one another. They wouldn't make good hostages either. Rock, paper, scissors on who dies? How do you play rock, paper, scissors with 16 people? I don't... I don't know if that would work. Maybe if it was like a tournament. They'd probably just squish both you and the hostage. Like in Slay the Spire, you keep going till one fella dies? Oh. But wouldn't a lot of people die at the same time? Like, how does it even work in Slay the Spire when there's 4 people? I'm intrigued. Built different. Oh, okay. Understandable. Have a nice day. Oh, I see. Then I'll think of another way.
You know?
Oh, do a loser's bracket. Okay. A loser's bracket for rock, paper, scissors. Oh, that's so... That's gotta be so humbling. Danganronpa, rock, paper, scissors, mini tournament arc. Sheesh. That would be so awesome, huh? Besides, you should know that it's pointless to challenge them to fight. Right, Tenko? Why don't we think of a strategy together? Sorry, I did not say that correctly. We're moving on, though. Okay. To be honest, I'm not too great at thinking. But I'll twist my brain into knots for your sake. At least she's not drooling while she says that. Are we really determining a plan right now? I feel like we're just getting flavor text. Yeah. It's time for my last resort. Your last resort?
It's magic.
The magic powder.
No.
Stop. You shouldn't do that.
What are you saying?
If you put it on sweets, it's really tasty. It's sweet and salty. I know the secret recipe.
I see.
Oh, I see. You meant that. What? Don't do cocaine! What is she talking about? Magic powder does sound a bit like a jug, but surely that's not what she means. Hello? Hello? Oh, look, he's thinking so hard. That ultimate hunt that Rentaro mentioned. What do you suppose it is? Any theories, Kaide?
No.
I think she means the miracle berry thing? Not sure what that is. It's definitely a drug joke. Does she have that? Oh my god. Her and Mew. Her and Mew they should hang out. They should hang out. I think they'd have a great time together. Who's the witch girl and is she accepting friend requests on Facebook? Okay, on Facebook is crazy.
Chat GPT, how can we kill Monokuma?
Is Kibo Chat GPT? Aw, hell nah. I don't know. It's the first time I've heard of it. It sounds so violent. It sounds like it involves us somehow.
Well,
No, disregard that.
for now,
Nobody has any clue what it could mean, so it is illogical to continue thinking about it. Our more pressing concern is the current predicament we find ourselves in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Can I leave yet? Oh my god. They're gonna make me talk to Suichi. And he's gonna be like, "Ugh,
Maybe-
I have a secret to tell you. And only you can know because I trust you so much. Because you're so hot." Fight Monokuma. That only choice we have. Gone to work hard for everyone.
Sneak attack!
Exactly. I will harness the power of Neo Aikido for the sake of all girls.
It's no use.
I understand how you feel, but it's no use. There's no way for us to win in a fight. But Gonta no can do anything else.
That is troubling.
However, is it wise to charge into a battle without a strategy?
That's right.
That's true. I get where Gonta's coming from, but we should calm down and think this through. He's not that. He's good AI, actually. Kibo goes, great question. Here are some surefire options for killing Monokuma. Oh my god. That's so awesome. I wish Cubes looked like Moby from Tim and Moby. I don't. I kind of like his cute drip and his pretty eyeballs. I think if he was just a tall orange thing, I would maybe not like him so much. Ew. Carrot, that's so ominous. Okay. Can I go now? Okay, whatever. Day ruined. Forced to talk to Suichi. Hey Suichi, what should we do right now? We need to move. Huh? Move? Suichi slowly approached me, as if wary of his surroundings, and said in a hushed voice.
Well, that's...
This morning, before I came to the dining hall, I noticed dust from the card reader on the floor.
Huh?
You mean in the library?
Okay.
Yes. So when he said we needed to move, he was probably hinting at something. If that's the case, then...
Shuichi.
Suichi, can I help you in any way? Oh, don't ask that. Don't ask that.
Okay.
Of course, Kaede. You're so beautiful. But we shouldn't go. We shouldn't be talking in the open like this.
What's the matter?
What's up with you guys? What are you whispering about? We're not whispering. We're just gonna go check on something. And that thing you wanna check is a secret? Oh my god, bro. Why is it like this? Sorry. All I can say is...
Yeah.
I haven't given up. I'll show you guys that we can escape from this place. Why can't we, like, work together? Why do we have to work with the weird little goober? You can count on it.
I believe in you.
I see. Well, if that's how it is, then I'll believe in you.
Yeah.
They're definitely getting rumors spread about them. It's so messed up. Suichi, so there's this girl named Sayaka Mazano. Oh my goodness. I think you'd love saying go play with a dead girl is so crazy. Yeah, I was thinking they do look kind of similar. Like they have similar aesthetics. Unfortunately. I think he likes Kaede a little, but y'all are crazy if you think he's hitting on her like that. He's way too shy. No, I think that's him. He probably thinks he has crazy riz. He probably thinks that he's like all that in a bag of chips. I don't know. I think he's trying his best. I wishes he had that. Sigh. I wish nobody had that hat. It's not like me to give up anyway. I've always believed that my wishes can come true if I just work hard enough. Suichi thinks he has riz? I really don't think so. Well, he totally does. Are you forgetting the, like, oh, this again? He totally thinks he has Riz. Or like he thinks like this is his best attempt anyway.
Hey,
Are we heading to the library?
I suppose so.
Yes. I'll tell you everything there. Oh my goodness. Why can't this be a 3-person secret? You are so weird. Oh wait, library and basement. Oh, hello.
Atua!
What's up, Kaide? Suichi? You guys want to pray to Atua?
no.
No, not really.
Prayer time!
If you pray, he will come floating down to carry you away in 2 days' time.
Stop it.
Yeah, well, I don't plan on dying in 2 days. I'm going to get everyone out of here.
You're right.
I feel the same way. There might be something we can do.
Prayer time!
Why, that's all the more reason to pray.
Huh?
What?
Cause Atua is watching over us.
If you pray, Atua will watch over you both while you work hard. That's okay. I don't feel like that I don't feel like it at the moment.
I see.
I see.
How divine!
Let me know when you want to pray. Bye, Anara. Ah. Suichi looks in the mirror and does the muscle flex and is like, yeah, I'm a detective with guns. Oh. This is the farthest he's gotten. Oh. He's like, yes. Yes! I have this fake little secret. And now she has to be alone with me. Sigh. Such an involved tag, I love her. Yeah, I think she's... I don't know. I think she's the best protag. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to see how she overcomes adversity. Can't rely on a higher power right now. Our only choice is to figure this out ourselves. Do you think Kaede mocks on Naegi? What are those spellings, bro? Yeah. To be honest, Naegi was... I don't know. He's sweet. He's very sweet, and I like his personality, but there's not much there. Not a lot to work with. I agree, Makoto is literally my son. Naeki is bumping by.
Hey!
Yeah. He's cute, he's just kind of there. He just kind of goes with the flow, and it's like, I really don't know what your personality is other than, like, kind of generally nice to people. No. Boring and has limited vocabulary. Okay. We're staring my opinions until Kaede tells me what a shape with 9 sides are. Sheesh! Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just might go, Hajime not even in the conversation. I don't really like Hajime. He's kind of a hater. He's kind of a hater. And I just can't forget that time that I was doing the friendship event with Kazuichi. And Kazuichi was like, yeah, my dad abuses me. And Hajime was like, yeah, I think you should get over that. That's not exactly how the conversation went, but it was something like that. He's just maybe a little too much of a hater for me. I only like his proximity to Nagito. Alright, I'll explain everything. First, take a look at the card reader. As Suichi said that, he moved the bookcase to reveal the hidden door. Ramble, 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 ramble. I peeked into the gap of the card reader. The dust is gone. That's right. I checked it right after nighttime started yesterday, and the dust was there. But this morning, it was gone. So that means someone entered this door during nighttime.
Could it be?
That got me thinking. This may sound far-fetched, but perhaps Monokuma's revival is related to this door somehow. Oh my god, the Monokuma factory might be in here. Bullying a girl, Hajime? Not cool. Oh god, that's so real. It's Nagita's dumbass disappointed look that gets me. Oh man, I just really like Nagito. I don't know. I know. Not much of a Hajime enjoyer. He's just okay. What do you do if someone walks in right now and you an emo boy at the monitor? It's so cooked. It's so cooked. This looks so suspicious. I never see anyone talking about this, but Hajime had these moments where he got really poetic for some reason while describing things. And I don't know, it was very endearing to me. I do like when people speak eloquently, but I guess it didn't really stick with me because I can't think of any examples. But doesn't I feel like Nagito would just like be doing it better, right? I don't know. Perhaps oh, sorry, I already read that.
Huh?
How so?
If I remember correctly,
Remember what the Monocub said? This school has a machine somewhere that can make a whole lot of pops. Just activate that machine, and you can have as many spare pops as you want. So there's a machine that can build spare Monokumas?
because
That would explain why we saw Monokuma alive and well in the morning. At nighttime, someone went through this door and activated the machine. And then there's what Monokuma just told us. A time limit is now in effect. If a murder does not occur by nighttime 2 days from now, then every student forced to participate in this killing game will die. Hi there! How's it going? How's it going? Nice to see you. Why does this have to be a secret? If anyone's like, no, that door is stupid and unimportant, then they're obviously suspicious. Yeah, that is true. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe they're assuming that whoever's working with Monokuma would be like not very obvious about it, and they don't want the traitor to know that they know. But I feel like the pros outweigh the cons. I feel like it's much better to have like all of your classmates brainstorming together, with I guess the con that like if one of them is a plant, they're like being unhelpful. But I feel like that's a lot better than like just these two hoping for the best. And like, what are they gonna do if they do find an escape or something? And then they go tell everyone, and it's like, yo, you're telling me you guys have known about this door for a long time and you just didn't say anything? Like, doesn't that make them look bad? I don't know. I don't know. The way he phrased it seemed peculiar. Why not just say everyone will die? He went out of his way to specify that students forced to participate will die. Huh? But why?
that's true.
My deduction is that one of us volunteered to participate and wasn't forced. Oh, I didn't pick up on that. I think Suichi does the Ash Ketchum thing where he turns his hat around and yeah, but in what context is he throwing the Pokeballs? Kind of awesome. That would mean they would avoid execution without breaking any rules. This Kaide sprite is so cute. The one where her arms are crossed. She's intense. Aw, she's thinking. I feel like this doesn't even prove there's an imposter. It's just a door. Yeah, that's kind of real as well. Like, it just proves that maybe there's more to this building than there seems. I don't know. Like, it just proves that Monokuma is hiding stuff. Their argument was that if, like, if it was just Monokuma, it could be in the open and they'd protect it. But I don't even know if that's sound evidence. I don't know. Oh my goodness, thank you, mods. Thank you, mods. Hard at work. Perhaps that's why Monokuma said it that way.
Huh?
And that person is the one in our group who's cooperating with Monokuma?
That's...
I don't know if Monokuma is that strict with rules, but if he is trying to protect someone, that would imply that they're doing more than just cooperating with Monokuma.
Huh?
What?
because...
I believe that if one of us can create spare Monokumas, they're the mastermind of this killing game. So, the person who's responsible for all our suffering is one of us?
Okay.
Of course, this is just what I've deduced, but it is entirely possible. That's why I didn't want to talk about this in front of everyone. If we told them now, they may all try to find the mastermind and be led to murder. I guess that's kind of sound reasoning. But he's really confident that Kaide's not gonna do that, huh? Oh my goodness, hi Monokuma! This is so awesome. Your emote is really cute.
I'm...
That's why I could only tell you, Kaide. The mastermind, the one controlling Monokuma. Can't believe the person responsible for our suffering could be among us. It's hard to accept, but if it's true, I can't forgive them.
Hey.
Among us. Real and true. So, what do you plan to do now, Suichi? We're gonna find this mastermind, right?
I'm...
I mean, they're just forced to sneak around with each other forever because they won't tell anyone else. This is so cooked. I'm thinking of taking the risk just before time expires. I believe the mastermind will come here just before time is up, and I can expose them.
Huh?
Wait, how do you know they'll come here right before time's up?
That's...
I'm extrapolating from something Monokuma told us earlier. Mauled to shreds by countless...
All part of the plan, says Shuichi.
Man. Sigh. Mauled to shreds by countless Monokumas from the rumored Monokuma making machine. I feel like the mastermind is like tricking us. Like the mastermind wanted us to find this. Because why would they make the door so obvious from the other bookcases? I don't know. I think there's something fishy going on. To produce a large number of Monokumas, the mastermind would have to come here. They'd have to get into the hidden room to activate the machine. We're also like assuming that just because the door is black and white, that has to be where they make Monokumas.
Well...
What if it's something else? I don't know. Of course, none of this is certain. There's a chance the mastermind won't show. Like I said, it's a risk.
But
I'm willing to take it. It's better than just sitting around waiting to die.
I see.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
I'll take that risk with you.
But
But Kaide, this is just my deduction. It's possible that I'm wrong.
Of course.
Yeah, I know, but I've made up my mind. You told me about this, so that must mean you trust me, right, Suichi?
Yeah.
Then I'll trust you too.
You know?
I mean, I don't have a good idea of my own, so obviously I'll help you with yours. Okay then, let's expose the mastermind together, Suichi.
thank you.
That's where Monomom lives, I think? Oh my god! The the Monokuma Mama door? Sheesh! Thank you, Kaide. You have a way of encouraging me. I never expected this to happen, though. I can't believe our enemy is within our group, hiding in plain sight.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, man,
Aww.
I wish we could consult other people. I think we're getting too locked in into one train of thought, and what if it's wrong? Now that we know this, I should stop saying everyone needs to work together.
Oh, right.
But whoever the mastermind is will expose them and help everyone else escape. And when this is all behind us, we're gonna stay good friends. That's a promise, okay?
Okay.
Right. After we reapplied the dust to the card reader, I left Suichi and returned to my room. Wow! Home sweet home. 2 days from now, at the stroke of nighttime, that's when the time limit expires. Until then, I guess I'll check on the others. I'm a little worried about them. Oh. My first free time. While at the academy, you have free time. Strengthen bonds, presents, mono machine, intimate event. Yep. Yep. Okay. Fine, Gamma. Who are you rizzing? Ooh. What do you want, Gamba? I don't know. I like Kokichi quite a lot. I like this guy too. And I also want to know more about Maki. It's just so hard because, you know, I don't know when people are gonna die, so I don't want to like put someone off and then it's like, whoops, never got to learn anything about you. Oh my god, I love her too. Much to consider. Maybe I'll just go Gamba, and then out of those four, whatever little gift I get, I'll see if it seems to suit anyone. Time to be besties with Gonta. JK over every lot, but he's cute. He is cute. He is cute, but I'm just a little more curious about other people. Except Maki. Oh, I do like Maki. They're all so good. What is Suichi's hat? Okay, well, I'm not raising up Suichi. I'm sorry. That one is maybe off the table. Although, this might be a good little break time. I need to get a snack. This game is a little rough on the voice. Whoa! Sorry, that's so loud. Kids like her? That's a green flag? Oh, that is a green flag. I like that she said kids are weird, but she's like the ultimate caretaker. That's some aura. Alright, everybody go get a snack or something. I don't know. I'll be back. Hello, 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 hello. Ugh, I got chips and salsa, which is maybe not like the best option for a snack. But like I don't know. I don't know. I wanted a bread roll, but then I got flashbacks to moldy bagel, and I was like, can't have any bread pho today. All right, I think Maki is a good choice. Maybe if we get a good gift for her. I think Maki or Kokichi. Maybe, perhaps. We'll try our best. I hope I'm not broke. I guess we'll see if I'm broke or not. Hi, Darren. Oh my god, she's right there. Wait, maybe this is a sign. No, I gotta go gambling. I'm sorry. Oh, she's so cute. There's so many cute characters in this game. What a good one. Alright. Take me to the gambling, please. Oh. Okay. We're following we're following the little pouch with a fat dollar sign on it. That's gonna be us later. That's gonna be us for real. And then all the classmates will be so impressed. Why are there giraffes in here? Huh, there's so many like African cultural things. Like we got these drums and these masks and this textiles and the giraffes. A little bit of a theme going on here. Sushi school service? Food box? Oh, it's like a vending machine. But we are not here for vending machines. We're here for gambling. Oh my god, I have $100. Oh. Repeat rate 0%. C. Why does it make that? It's Route 42. Look at that long horse. That's so real and true. So real and true. Running out the front door like, guys, slow down. Wait. Someone's student ID? Nobody wants that. Is this Makoto's ID? Sorry, I did not. I got distracted. Running out the front door like, guys, slow down. My pockets are so full of money coins. They're weighing me down. Oh, that's so real. And then all my classmates like kind of gasp and cover their mouth and they're like, oh my god. No way. Nayaki ID? Hi, Makoto. Who would even want that? Okay, fashionable glasses? I don't think Maki would really want that. I don't know who would want that. Okay, cufflinks. I don't want that. This feels like a Byakuya gift. Okay. Okay. Paper, scissors cards! Wait, we were just talking about rock, paper, scissors. Why is there cards for that? It's really so easy to get monocoins in this one with the slapping thing. Oh, that's so nice. I feel like it was rough in the other ones. I think the fashion glasses might go Suichi's hat. I am not giving a gift to Suichi unless he's like one of the last people alive and all my favorites are dead. Then I guess I'll consider it. But I have bigger fish to fry. Perfect for killing someone? The rock, paper, scissors cards? Japanese doll wig. Maybe Maki would like this. I feel like it's kind of her style. Maybe. Proposal. Okay, what about Weathercock of Barcelos? Guys, I'm cooked. These are some booty gifts. Oh my god, we're lucky. Laffy Lick is on our side. Okay, we got a perfect laser gun. That's so awesome. Man. I was going around every single free time and slapping in every single room. Like, every single room. I swear. Trick Duck. Did you get every single gift? Like, were you trying to do that? I feel like that would just take so long. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. If Doc is still here, go to sleep. Oh my god, so true. Doc, take a nap challenge. Scrooge McDuck mentioned? Are you a big fan of Scrooge McDuck? There's a card game I like to play called Lurkana. It's kind of like Magic the Gathering, but with like, I don't know, like the Disney IP characters. And I do have like a legendary Scrooge McDuck card, and it's kind of awesome. It feels like, oh, the wig does feel like a Simuki gift. She's like a cosplayer and all that. Nothing has really screamed milk puzzle. Oh my god, slurp. Nothing has really screamed Kurumi or Maki or Koikyo or Kokichi. These are just so these are so random. Wearable blanket, okay. Now who do you think wants a Snuggie? I feel like that Mage Girl would maybe like a Snuggie. I don't really want to talk to her though. Long tea. Sketchbook. Okay. Maybe Amchi would like that. I got almost every gift, I think. Ugh, that's so awesome. Non-alcoholic drink of immortality. Bosco, yeah, a milk puzzle would be. I would kind of eat that up, I'm not gonna lie. I really appreciate when cereal boxes have like a little mini game on the back. I do like to do those. Aluminum water bottle. I don't remember who Scrooge is. I just remember his name from Jackbox. If you're familiar with Daffy Duck, like Mickey Mouse's little duck friend, it's his uncle who is just like a rich duck who is like an old guy who likes money. Hammock. Oh my god, where's Gangnam? Where's Gangnam at? This is so sad. I miss him a little bit. The sauce is kind of spicy. Maple fudge, okay. Isn't Daffy Duck like the Looney Tunes with Bugs Bunny? Yeah. Oh. Wait, maybe you're right. Who am I thinking of? There's a duck in Mickey Mouse. Oh, sorry, Donald Duck, not Daffy Duck. My bad, gang. Like, close enough. They're like kind of similar enough. Cleopatra's Pearl Cocktail. Give someone alcohol. That's nice. Candy cigarette? Oh my god! The rye bread. He would probably like that. Bubble bomb gum? Maybe Kokichi would like that. Cause earlier he said you want some bubble gum. That's good. Too many ducks? Yeah, truly. Plastic moon buggy model. Oh my goodness. Another milk puzzle. Rice toy blocks. Candy cigarette. Why are some of these gifts like so childish? And then one of them is like, here's some freaking alcohol. Work chair of doom. Okay. Home planet. Oh, this reminds me of Kazuichi. My little soda pop. Sukiyaki caramel? I don't know what that is. Yay, milk puzzle! I hope we get like 8 of them. Striped necktie? Maybe Gonta would like a necktie. I think a lot of characters wear neckties, but that seems gentleman coded. Sewing kit. I really don't know what Weather Caco Barcelos means. But we got 2 of them now. More cufflinks. Maybe we'll have to start doing like 3 instead of 1. Art mannequin. Commemorative medal set. Okay. Bunny apples! That's so cute! I want a bunny apple! Oh my goodness. Splat Teen Vogue? Gyoza in the shape of a face. Is this also Makoto? Who's eating this? You know who liked gyoza? Celeste. Celestia Ludenberg. Rest in peace. Not the weathercock. Shit. I think anything that's related to different cultures might be good for Kyo. Oh, that makes sense because it's like a anthropologist. Cooking. Pocket tissue. 3-layered lunchbox. I was hoping for something that'd be obvious about Maki. I guess I really don't know enough about her to know what she would like. Okay, a martial arts thing for the martial arts girl, perhaps. More rock, paper, scissors cards. Workout clothes. Sigh.
Pulls a child from the vending machine.
What? No, but that would be bait. Cause she said kids are weird. We give her the child and she'd be like, ugh, I don't want that. And she beats us up. I think the sewing kit would be good for Tsumugi too. That makes sense. What about an earnest compass? I like my compasses to be pretty earnest. Beret? It's red. Maybe she'd like that. Feelings of ham? Excuse me? Can I just see what's going on? Oh, often used as bait for certain animals and insects. Gonta likes the bunny apples, I bet. British candy. Stylish tie both men and women can wear. Oh, maybe Tsumugi would like it. Okay, what is this? How to raise hamsters is not what this book is about. It's a book about raising domestic animals for meat. For those who are interested in the farming industry. I don't know who's a farmer. Lets you feel trendy and somewhat artistic? This magazine is meant for kids, not squids. An animal book for preschool kids. For some reason, bears are not featured in it. What does Maki like? I need to talk to her. Well, I guess in the hangout events, you don't give a gift until after. So maybe if I just collect enough random garbage, she'll tell me something that interests her, and then I'll just happen to have it. You know, I'll be ready. Those who stay here will be in danger of becoming obese is crazy. We're It's my apathetic compass. Maybe normal compasses are apathetic. Wait, a compass that ignores the North and South Pole and instead points to the owner's loved one? A must-have for stalkers? That's so awesome. Do you think Koikiro is a stalker? Or do you think Kokichi is more of a stalker? I feel like Kokichi is a stalker, but maybe not to this degree. Surely this is Koikiro. He would like it, right? Perfect for Suichi. No, don't say that. I don't want to give that to Suichi. Why? Kodo gyoza is my favorite gift because it made me imagine him making gyoza shaped like all his friends. He refuses to eat his, but Kyoko kicks him under the table, so he eats it eventually. That's so cute. That's so cute. You sure do like fictional stalkers. Anyways. Weathercock that imitates the Portuguese rooster of Barcelos. Symbol of truth. It is a popular souvenir from Portugal. Maybe Koikyo would like that. Maybe. A mini planetarium machine that can project the cosmos onto your bedroom walls when it's time for bed. That's so cute. I've always wanted like a little light projector thing. My sister has one. And it's so pretty. Wait, this is safe for babies to put in their mouths. Maybe she would like it because it's like something she can just give this to the babies that she babysits. Suichi doesn't need a compass because he won't leave Kaide's side ever. Oh, unlucky. Kaito might like. Oh, the rooster thing? Oh, he does seem to like have an integrity thing going on. I don't think I want to give Kaito a gift though. Yes! Hi, Swingers! Hi! Hi, we're gambling for today. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. My name is Fast, and we're playing Danganronpa 3 Foe today. We're having a great time. How was your stream? How was Dead by Daylight? Did you win? Did you win? It's Spling Raid. Hi, Spling. Hi, Milk. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, check this out. This one's for Splingus. Okay, well... It's a little weird, but that one was for you. You won! Good job! Good job, good job, good job, good job. I'm very proud of you. I never doubted you for even a second. Do you think Maki would be offended if I gave her the child blocks? She'd be like, ugh, you just see me for my work, huh? But I don't know who else that would be good for. Gold origami? Must trade and dash because it's dinner time. Have an amazing rest of the stream. No worries. I hope your dinner is so good. Thank you so much for your raid. This is so awesome. Man. More fashionable glasses. Oh, thank goodness we got Greek yogurt. And a water bottle. Man. Pure white practice sword? Well, I spent like half of my money. Surely I have something that's good for someone. Surely. Alright. Let's see if we can find someone that we like. Oh, that's not right. No, that's not right. Look! The hat is even on his sprite, and it's not even good looking in there. No one... Oh, wait, there she is. She was on the end of the hallway, I think. Who's a fan favorite so far? Fan favorite? I feel like chat doesn't really super agree on who they like. Some people are Kokichi lovers, and some people absolutely hate him. Some people like Kaito, some people like Gonta, but then like other people are indifferent. I don't know if there's like one person that everyone agrees on. I'll show you my favorites. I like Kurumi, this maid girl. She's very sweet. I like Maki. She's kind of like cold and callous, but in like a cool, awesome way. I like Kokichi. He's a like psychopath manipulator liar. That's awesome. And I like Korikyo. He's just kind of creepy. Yep. Yep. Those are my favorites. I like Kaide, am I right? I think we all agree Suichi's hat is hatting it up. No, it is not. Yeah, we can't even agree on who we all hate. Cause like, oh, where is he? I do not like this guy. He just follows the protagonist around and like is weird and strange. But then some people are like, no, that's endearing. So yeah, I don't know. We're all over the place. We're really all over the place. You did do a 4-hour care package, right? I forget. Yeah, you did, because you're like, here's the care package, and also go to bed. Don't worry. Wish the chat will tell you it's Suichi, but I'm the sole survivor, standing strong in the face of Suichi haters. No, Azu likes Suichi too. Maybe it's a joke. I don't think anybody has expressed dislike for Gonta. He's a sweet... I don't know. He's like a big softie who just wants to learn about bugs. I don't think anybody dislikes him. I think some people just feel like nothing towards him. I think the same for Kurumi. Nobody said that they dislike Kurumi. She's just a very sweet, attentive maid. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We really are just kind of everywhere. But I'm looking for... Okay, she's in the classroom. I'm looking for Maki. She's like the ultimate nanny. But she doesn't like kids. So I don't know. I'm intrigued by her. So hopefully we're about to learn more about her. She's so pretty as well.
This is stupid.
We all love Gonta. He's so unhateable. Yeah. I guess maybe he's the fan favorite then. I just feel like nobody has... Well, not nobody. I feel like there's not a lot of people who are like, yeah. I hope someone dies soon. What the? And it isn't controversial who dies. I feel like it would be controversial no matter what. But I guess we'll see. I hope Suichi dies. Yeah, low-key me too. He is one of my least favorites. I don't want to hear what you would do, and I won't tell you what you should do. Figure things out for yourself. Wow, that's kind of rude. Tell me more about you. Sigh. I hope someone kills just his hat. Yeah. That's real. I hope somebody like takes off his hat and like rips it in half, but it counts. Like the body discovery announcement plays, and then we have to like mourn. We have to mourn his hat. My goodness. OMG, you're like me and the Storm of Byaku leaders in the first game. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's kind of real, huh? Fine, I guess. What do you have in mind? Tell me all your secrets. He's hiding an ugly. Okay, I just know it. Oh my god, you're right. And since he's the ultimate detective, he's like, shoot, people can't know that I'm dumb as hell. I have to hide this. But like, since he's dumb as hell, he doesn't know how a hat goes on your head. And so it's just sideways and weird. I hope Suichi dies and then keep his hat in the child stance. Yo, thanks for the bonk. That would be so awesome. Byaku may have romanted the hate more than Suichi. Yeah, I feel like with Byaku, like you knew maybe he wasn't that great of a person and you just liked him anyway, which is so valid. But with Suichi, he's not even like I don't know. He's not really a bad person. He's just weird. Anyway, here's Monsley. This is Monsley's favorite character. Listen up. Pika-pika! Byakuya is peak. I will say in hindsight, I think I can appreciate Byakuya more. Because, like, I know how his character development goes. And I think he genuinely does care for other people. And, like, you can kind of tell at the end. But yeah, I was kind of fed up with him in the beginning. Alright. I spent some time chatting with Maki. Oh my god. Tell me cool things about you. You're so cool. Maki and I grew a little closer today. Oh. Oh, I thought there would be like dialogue. Maybe the dialogue is after the present. Maybe that's how it is. Okay. I forgot how it goes. I don't know. The only thing that seems like it's made for her is the rice toy blocks. Because it says it's safe for babies to put in their mouth. And you know, she's the only one who's like taking care of kids. But maybe she's like, I hate kids and I hate their toys and I'm tired of seeing them. So I don't know. Just go off vibes. Oh my goodness, IT, thank you for the 15th streak. That's so nice of you. I know he did have character growth. He does care, but I could not be friends with a person like that even if I knew 100% they like me. That's fair. I would say I usually don't pick characters I like based off how well I think I personally would be friends with them. Like, I'm really interested in stalkers and manipulators. And like, maybe I'd be friends with people like that. But I think I wouldn't actively seek that out. It would have to just happen naturally. I don't know. I think I'm just really drawn to things that are like different than me. I don't know. Should I give her these toy blocks? Maybe that's wrong. I will say, when I saw the wig, I know the wig is probably for the cosplayer, but this did also kind of make me think of her. Because she has really long black hair. And maybe... Well, maybe she already has long black hair. She's like, what am I gonna do with a wig? That's just my hairstyle. Do you think she wants fashionable glasses? Do you think she would like this? I don't know. I don't know. Ali got to slap him. He got humbled at the Sakura trial. He found out about his family's fate. I feel like if a character who's a shithead gets comeuppance for it, it makes them more likable usually. Yeah, I think that's real. I think that's real. But like, props to you for liking him before he even got all that. That sentence is kind of crazy. Okay, well... Yikes. They'd have to stalk and manipulate you actually. Okay, well, okay, we can stop talking about that. Guys, what do you think Maki wants as a gift? Goodness. I like him more as a character, like how he's written. A few characters like that, I think. I think that's valid as well. Glad no one clipped that OOC. Stalker app's open. Oog. I do really like having people's locations, but in like a normal way, in a normal and usual way. I liked Fuyuhiko when he wasn't nice, so I can relate, I guess. That makes sense. That makes sense. So you like, I imagine you probably wouldn't be friends with Fuyuhiko before he like became nice. Like, maybe you would, but I don't know. I feel like it's hard to imagine being like, yeah, I want to be this guy's friend. He just called that girl a bitch. I don't know. The way you're talking, I think Suichi would love those glasses. I was like, convinced I'm not. Okay, well, I'm not trying to risk Suichi yet. Oh, perfect for a picnic. Do you think she likes to go on picnics? If you bet your life on this game, it can be a thrilling psychological battle. That's awesome. Us, remember that one time? No, it's okay. I remember. And we just simply don't have to talk about it. I'm regular. Gifts that each character likes is generally pretty clear in this one. Well, shoot. I guess I just don't know anyone well enough yet. Yukiko also got hit heavy, though Byaku never really was nice in a normal sense. Yeah. But in Danganronpa 2, when he comes back and it's like, oh my god, you can just tell he loves and appreciates his friends so much. Okay, I'm gonna give her the rice toy box. Surely they wouldn't bait me. Surely this will not be a bunny earmuff situation. You guys remember that? I gave bunny earmuffs to Kyoko. She freaking hated me. Sigh. Maki is staring at me. Oh my god, stop. I'm giving it to her. Do you love it? Do you love it?
This?
Oh, she doesn't love it. She doesn't love it. Man, I thought it'd help her with her work better. Should have gave her the fashion glasses. Back in the second game made me eat. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, man. This is something you should give to a child. You shouldn't give this to someone my age.
Satisfied?
Well, when we get out of here, I'll give it to the kids. That's why you gave it to me, right?
Hey.
Okay, well she didn't hate it. She didn't hate it. She just said that I shouldn't give it to her. I'll take it. Give her alcohol next time. Maybe she would like that. I really just don't know anything about her. It's hard to know what she would like. You're the ultimate child caregiver, aren't you, Maki?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what of it?
You know?
No, nothing. I just thought you'd be more worried about the kids.
Huh?
Kids?
I see.
Oh, you mean the kids at the orphanage?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot she's from an orphanage. Wow! Hero, hee hee. Oh my goodness. Hi, Hero. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Slurping up the gay bits foe today. That was a liked item. Oh. I guess she's just, she's very, she's too cool to express excitement. She's that type of character. That's kind of fun. I wonder if I hated items then. She probably just, like, doesn't even talk to you. Yeah. Will they be okay without their caregiver?
So what?
They'll be fine. Even if I'm not around, those kids should know how to take care of themselves. Now tell me why you were in an orphanage. Tell me your family trauma. Really?
That's true.
At least where I grew up, we had to learn how to take care of ourselves. Of course, the older children care for the younger ones until they're old enough. There's several other older kids there, so they should be fine. But I'm sure you're like a big sister to those kids. They must miss you terribly.
Like I'd know.
Quivering? Wait, why are you quivering? Like a quivering flap? I wonder about that. Honestly, I don't know why kids are so attached to me. They probably just want someone to spoil them. It doesn't necessarily have to be me. Don't say that. Suichi also... Why are we talking about Suichi right now? Suichi also mentioned that he couldn't see Maki as the ultimate child caregiver. Oh, maybe she doesn't want people to find out she's worried? Maki does seem pretty reserved.
What is it?
Is that all? You just wanted to ask me that? No. Well, I also wanted to know what child caregivers usually do. What they usually do?
So what?
Normal stuff. I play with the kids and make sure they don't do anything stupid. Ugh, I like her so much. When it's time for their afternoon nap, I sing them lullabies or read them books. Aw, cute!
I see.
That is pretty normal.
Ew.
What did you expect? Aw, it's kind of cute to imagine her singing lullabies to little babies. Shuichi also wants to be spoiled. Oh, I could see that. I could definitely see him getting into a relationship and treating his girlfriend the same exact way he treats his mom. I don't have any evidence to prove that. That's just the vibe I get from him. She's family. What did you expect?
You know?
Like some kind of super duper high school level ultimate child care technique.
This is stupid.
That's stupid. Nothing like that exists.
Yeah.
Then it has to be love. Your deep love is the reason why they like you so much.
I told you.
What does love mean to you? You have to love children is crazy. Guys, did you know if you don't love children, you've never loved before? I think maybe having a benevolent heart. None of these are really the answer that I personally would give. But I think maybe it's okay if you hesitate and are closed off as long as your heart is in the right place. She just got stupid. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're not fumbling. She liked the rice blocks. Surely. Sigh. You joke, but I've literally heard that so much from people. That you have to like kids. That's pretty unfortunate. I really don't agree with that.
This is stupid.
Like a god? That kind of thing is one of the most uncertain ideas in the world. Oh my god, oops. Maybe she didn't like that answer. You think so? I wouldn't know if there's a god or not. But I think it's only natural to think about cherishing someone.
You know?
The kids probably felt your love, Maki. Sigh.
All right already.
Is that all? Then I'm going. And she's more of like a tsundere than I was expecting. She's very cute. Literally be like, no, you have to admit he's cute. You gotta. They will literally not believe you. Really? I guess I'm just not around children that much. So I'm not really in those situations. Oh my god, I forgot I have chips. Sheesh. Huh? Maki? She left. I felt like she was annoyed. Or was she just being shy? Yeah! Fuck these rice blocks, I hate you. Maki like this item. I like getting to... I like trying to get close to people who maybe seem a little bit shy and closed off like that. I don't know. It makes me want to learn. It makes me want to learn more about them when people are like a little closed off. Look at my daughter Kaede, engaging in a theological discussion. I love her. Pink daughter moment? No, Kaede is my daughter? Hello? Oh, I didn't know there was like a daughter war. What's her birthday? Oh wait. Oh dear. You guys really get like maternal feelings towards her? I don't know. I just think she's like kind of cool, but I don't really feel a sense of pride. I don't know. She's just kind of there. I get it from Makoto though. I get it from Makoto. After parting ways with Maki, who left in a huff, I returned to my room. Aw, man. Well, at least we got the fragments. Idea. Akamatsu birthday. Is that how you talk to your Siri? You don't form a full sentence? I still have some time before it's nighttime. Okay. I don't know. Oh, you're here. I like you. I guess if you're here, maybe that's a sign. I literally do feel maternal when I see Kiro, I swear to God. That kind of makes sense. He kind of has like a... I don't want to say immature, but like... I don't know. He kind of has that like... You gotta help him out. You gotta take care of him. He's just so wholesome, you know? He looks like Kaide after Komatsu's birthday. I constantly feel maternal about someone. Oh. Really? I don't know. I feel like a character has to be... They have to meet so many criteria for me to feel like that. I don't have Siri, she left me. You make it sound like Siri was your wife. Like divorced you. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Man, I wish there would be a scene where they're talking so I can just eat my chips unnoticed. But alas. Kibo is a little kid who's way too smart for his age and has no friends as a result of that. Aww. That's sad. Surely he has friends. We are all his friends, surely. She did Kaide! Oh my god, that's so awesome. Okay. I'm locking. It seems I would be able to see a clearer picture of human beauty here than ever before. Is he flirting with me right now? Sheesh. Is he calling me beautiful? And I will tell you about the beauty of humanity I have witnessed thus far. Yippee, 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 yippee. I spent some time with Kyo, who listened to me talk about investigating the school. Oh my god! Are we sharing secrets with him? I think that would be nice if we did that. I don't think we are, though. Alexa left me for Siri. So me and Darren are both seeking custody of Kaide. Oh. What about Kaide's real parents? Has she mentioned her family? Maybe she hasn't. Maybe there's an open application. Then he pulls out a mirror and points it at you. Oh my god, she's kicking my feet right now. Man, look at him. I love a man with thick eyeliner and long hair. Oh my goodness. This is so peak. We grew a little closer today. Okay, what would you like? I think he would probably like the stalker thing, right? That seems sort of his character type. I don't want to be wrong and offend him really bad. He just has that stalker aura. Maybe I should give him a cultural thing. Makoto's ID card. What culture things do I have? Food for beauty. What British candy? It's really sweet. I have no idea if he has a sweet tooth or not. I also don't want to give him a British thing. Does Kaide ever talk about her mother Delilah in this game? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Okay, what if he wants a fun book of animals? Oh, maybe this is another Maki gift if it's kid related. She talks about her Darren parent. Give him Weathercock? You think so? I mean, it is Portuguese. I think the thing about integrity or truth or whatever didn't really suit him. Hi, Flying Fox. How's it going? Weathercock that imitates the Portuguese rooster Barcelos. Symbol of truth. No, because he was talking about the beauty of sin, right? So maybe he'd be like, why are you giving me this truth rooster? I'm trying to sin over here. It does feel like anthropology, though. I don't know, which one? Weathercock or Stalker Compass? Yeah. Much to think about. I'm gonna eat a chip about it. This will surely help. Whether what? Don't give him the compass? You think he'd be offended by that? Okay. But Weathercock, okay. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if he likes it. I think Kaide should use a compass. You think Kaide's a stalker? I don't really think she gives me that much of stalker energy. But maybe she's hiding a dark secret. Hello, do you want this?
I am pleased.
His voice is unfortunate. I think he would be my favorite. Like, with no questions, if he had a different voice. I'm sorry. I don't know. He would be like triple S tier if his voice was pretty. But this weird little voice kind of brings him down to just regular S tier for me. I may have this. Much appreciated. You enjoy giving gifts? Perhaps we can discuss cultural gift-giving practices. Ah, see, that's so cool.
Listen.
And so someone tries to give me a weather weenie of barnacles. Yeah. He seemed to like it though. Not just for stalkers though, it just points to the person you like. I know, but it also said a must-have for stalkers, and I feel like we can't ignore that, right? Shimi's crazy. I'm sorry. He's talking freaky in like a bad way. So Kaide, you're the ultimate pianist, correct?
What's the matter?
Yeah, what about it?
No.
Well, music is an important aspect of anthropology.
I see.
Oh, that's true. Like folk music.
Oh.
The kind of folk music you are likely imagining is different from my field of study, though. Huh? It's different?
Do you understand?
When you think of Japanese folk music, what comes to your mind? I guess Japanese court music, like the koto or the flute, music they play during New Year's.
I see, yes.
Correct. In that, those are examples of traditional cultural music of Japan. However, what I research is music created through people's daily lives. What do you mean?
Let's see.
How to put it? It's a complicated distinction, I admit. It's music that was not crafted by the hands of specialists, such as musicians.
You see.
Nursery rhymes, lullabies, songs passed down through generations of mothers. Oh my god, this is so awesome. Oh, I love folklore. He's so cool. If I was in this situation with a bunch of strangers in a killing game, I would simply not give away the soccer compass. What if it's awesome though? Have you considered that? Plus one's quite cute to have the compass and for it to point towards her probably. The fourth wall. I'm feeling... I'm feeling like you're maybe thinking about it too much, and maybe you should stop thinking. Just look at the pretty man and don't worry about that. Traditions and events expressed in song, such as a song to remember a disaster. Yes, things like that. Mm-hmm. I see. I kind of get what you mean.
Listen,
There are many nursery rhymes and children's games whose meanings have been forgotten. That meaning is what anthropologists chase. I can tell you about one if you'd like. I don't want to hear it sound scary. Kagome Kagome terrifies me. There's a song called Going Home. Oh, I don't know what these are referencing. But probably saying something terrifies you is not what he wants to hear about what he's researching. There's a song called Going Home. I thought it was a folk song. But it was actually just Dvorak's New World Symphony with lyrics. Ah, so you are familiar with it after all. Yes. Symphony number 9, second movement, known in Japan as Sunset on the Far-Off Mountain.
You know,
I almost feel like I'm floating when I listen to it, and the lyrics pair nicely with it too.
I see.
But I never would have thought you'd study children's nursery rhymes of all things.
well,
It just shows how intertwined music has become with our daily lives.
That's right.
Yeah, it just means music has always been with humanity, even way back then. I don't like him, I don't want to look at him. What? Why does he have a zipper for a mouth? Listen! Yeah, it'd probably look a bit better without the zipper, I'm not gonna lie. But I think he's pretty. He is very gorgeous to me. You can close it when he's talking. Oh, guys. Such words may seem simple, yet they have profound meaning behind them. Wow. This is so awesome. I love making friends. After parting ways with Kyo, I returned to my room. I feel like this is a more interesting free time dialogue than boring protag's. Yeah, it does feel more like a conversation instead of just like they're talking at you, you know? And I think that's nice. Oh my god, banger alert. Listen up, everybody. This is an official announcement from the Ultimate Academy.
So,
As you can see, Mono Kid has had a little too much honey.
I see.
He was really happy about Daddy's return. Heck. Now let's play darts. Monodum can be the dartboard. And let's go bowling. Monodum can be the ball. Oh.
yeah, but
By the way, which announcement were we making? The nighttime announcement. Wait, it's already that late? Then we should go to bed soon. See.
Bedtimer sign.
Wow, what a riveting announcement. It's already nighttime. At this rate, the time limit will expire before we know it. But I won't lose. I won't give up. Because I want to see everyone's smiles just a little longer. I want to spend time with them, laughing and talking like normal teenagers. So I won't give up. Wow! The Monokuma? What is this? What is this a play on? I'll teach you guys how to win over a lady. First, you gotta give her a present. Ladies can't resist presents. Lady Celeste on the card! Oh my god, this is so awesome. I love Celeste. I miss her so much. But you can't give her any present. It's gotta be a present suited to her taste. This is the one I'm actually not sure about. Aw, man. It's so over. The ears peeled. I've never heard anybody say ears peeled before. Peel your ears, everyone. And it's gotta be a handmade present, too. So it looks like you put thought into it. For example, the kind of lady who's into strongmen would love a handmade pro wrestling group. Oh, okay. Understandable. She'll love being surrounded by macho dudes, and you'll make money off the wrestlers, too. Slash, she's a lighter? Oh, is that a lighter? I thought he was just, like, showing us his card. Oh, that's so cute. If enough wrestlers get popular, then it might be good to host a big event. And after they're done beating up each other, they can fight other pro wrestling groups. Just give it a shot, and I'm positive you'll win her heart. How's a pro wrestling group handmade? I guess if you handpicked the people on it. Oh my goodness.
Rise and shine or sign.
I checked this one is based on the Sting. Not really familiar with that one. I don't think I've heard of it. Isn't a Sting like when a cop pretends to be not a cop to buy drugs? To like do like drug busts? Is that real? They're called stables? They're called stables. Huh? What's called a stable? He's so ugly. With, like, he's naked and his hair is out.
This is an announcement.
This is an official announcement from the Ultimate Academy.
It is now 8 a.m.
It's 8 a.m. Time to wake up. Let's have a wonderful Killing School semester today. Oh, I like the little chibis like hanging on the strings in the background. I think that is very cute. Although, I don't have a cursor. I don't know what's going on next to Monodam. Suichi. What is this thing next to Suichi? Looks like a it looks like a critter. Oh, they're all so cute. Jeez, Mono Kid really drank too much honey. How long is he gonna keep sleeping? I like the idea that the cops pretend to not be cops so they can get drugs for recreational use. Not for busting them? That's not what I meant! That is kind of funny though. I think a sting is just like a scheme. It's a heist type movie, I'm pretty sure. Oh. I guess I haven't heard of it in any other context. Himiko? Oh, that's her hat. She's like doubled over. I see. I thought the end of the hat was like a claw and it was just some like eldritch horror, but like a chibi. Oh, by the way, Father's time limit expires at 10 p.m. tomorrow night.
So long, farewell.
Cute art, cute art. The time limit ends tomorrow night. Suichi is gambling on that, which means we have to watch the library while time is running out. Shouldn't we start preparing then? I'm getting worried. Oh, Suichi, perfect timing. What magic does to a fella. I was thinking after that night, it would be a good stopping point. This is quite a cliffhanger if someone knocked on the door. But I guess with Danganronpa, there's always gonna be a weird little cliffhanger. Okay. This is a 28 situation if I've ever seen one. Yippee! Dress up. I want dress up options. I don't know how you get them, but that is kind of awesome. GG's, yeah! Yippee, 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 yippee! That was so awesome. I really, really like this game. This game is so much fun. I like I like the characters so much. I will be playing it again next week, so be on the lookout for that. And I'm offline tomorrow, but I'll be live again on Thursday to be playing some Skyrim. And maybe I will actually lock in and get a house, or maybe I will just do a lot of fishing. But we'll see what happens. Dot 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 dot. Okay. Let's read out to someone cool. Oh, Oriel has not been live in a long time. It looks like they're co-working. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Alright. If you would like a raid message, you can use one of these. And otherwise, I will see you next time. Thank you for showing up. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I hope you don't eat any moldy bagels. I hope that all of your bread and carb products are mold free and so awesome. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Thank you very much. Bye.